is now 6 p.m. on May 22nd, 2025, and this is the time and place of Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We extend our welcome to those persons here with us, as well as anyone that is joining online. I'll begin with a roll call of the commissioners. We have Commissioner Birch.
Present.
Commissioner Blitman.
Here.
Commissioner Wickstrom. Here. Commissioner Colson.
Here.
Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
I am Commissioner Scott, and I'll be conducting this meeting this evening. So, in order for the commission to conduct the hearing in an orderly manner, the following procedures have been established for hearing of individual applications. Any persons wishing to testify should have signed up online. If you didn't sign up online, that's fine. You can sign up in the back. If you didn't sign up in the back, that's totally fine too. I'll ask for people to raise their hands if they'd like to testify. If there are people online, you can still sign up if you'd like. I'll open this public hearing for applications, and each application will be separately considered pursuant to the following process. We'll have the planning staff present the application in the form of staff report. Commissioners will ask questions of the staff. The applicant will come forward and be given 15 minutes to present their proposal and respond to questions from commissioners. Then we'll have testimony taken with regard to the applicant, and general comments pertaining to the application will be heard by us. That testimony from the public will be 3 minutes, and when you come forward, please state your name and address. The staff will provide clarification, and then the public testimony will be concluded, and the applicant will be given one more shot for 10 minutes for rebuttal, and then we'll close that, and we'll discuss and vote on any of those motions and whatnot. So based on that, looks like our first item is Item 2024-02701-PC-CPA SVP LLC, and I see that as a staff recommendation for a table to June 12th.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Blitman?
I move that we table project number 2024-02590-ZCDA SPR, Castello subdivision until June 12th, 2025.
Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioners, I think you might, I don't know if you have a previous agenda open in front of you from May 8th versus,
Oh, we do have the May 8th one.
second is the agenda.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I guess I should have looked at. That would have been weird.
We've already tabled that one, so no harm, but
I've got the May 22nd agenda open.
Oh, I'm on the May 8th. So,
Maybe my motion was for the current one and I wasn't paying attention to your motion.
so where are we at? 5/8, 5/8.
What year? Just kidding.
I don't.
It's not showing up.
Oh, it's because it's the old link.
Oh wait. Here, if we open this folder, does it show up? Yeah, there it is, right here.
Yes, that should be the right one.
This one right here.
Yes.
All right, cool. All righty. That's why I was like, why is Retzlaff still on here? All right. Okay, so I see why your confusion. It was because this one's being tabled as well. Okay.
Right.
I got you. All right. Well, all right. Do over. So we'll go ahead and start with the unfinished business of item 2024-02590-ZC-DA-S-SPR, and this is Castello subdivision, and that one has a recommendation for a table to June 12th. Do I have a recommendation on that one?
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we table this project until June 12th, 2025.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All those in favor of tabling this to June 12th, say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. The motion carries. Moving on, we have item number 2022-00178-CU-MSP, and this is for a cross-reference to 0178A Blue Sky Farms, and we look to Mr. Letson for the staff report.
all right. Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners. So the item before you is a one-year review associated with the approval of a event center that is associated with a U-Pick flower farm under a different separate approval. Blue Sky Farm was the original applicant, and they're present tonight to answer questions if you have any. So pictured here is the subject property. It's in the North Eagle Foothills area south of Homer Road off of Haven Drive. It's a 5.51 acre property in the RUT district. Zoom in here. Single-family home, this is the actual one of the flower areas, and I think they may have others, and they can let you know about that later on, but this is the primary flower area associated with the U-Pick Flower Farm. Here's some of the outdoor space in this area associated with some of the activities of the event center. I'll show you a site plan here in a minute, but they've got a new parking area here in the back. They've made numerous improvements, in fact, all of the required improvements from Ada County to establish the use. So, a little bit of history here. An appeal of this project was filed after its approval by the P&Z. The board ultimately denied that appeal and upheld P&Z's original approval. There were several conditions and other things added throughout that process, but ultimately the conditional use and master site plan were approved through denial of that appeal process. The condition added that requires them to be here tonight is that there was a one-year review from the commencement of the use. The original approval happened in 2022, and just through the appeal process and getting the improvements in place, they actually received their final zoning approval on July 9th of 2024. So although we're a little earlier than the 1 year, there's been a lot of activity on site and continued operation of different things that staff thought this would be the best time to bring this before the P&Z, as well as for the applicant who's, I think, getting underway with some of their use of the property for the U-Pick Flower Farm and their events. So here is a site plan that was ultimately approved for the project. Here's that parking area that I mentioned. They've had this all approved, the fire turnaround approved. They've worked with the canal company to install all improvements or keep uses away from their facility back there. They've upgraded the driveway and, again, created all of the necessary improvements for the project. In terms of agency comments, the building official had no objection to the current project or the use in place. Neither did the Eagle Fire Department, who also noted they've had no complaints or calls for service. In terms of public comments, we had 3 in total. 2 were from the neighboring property owners and or tenants, and I'll get into why that's important. So to the west or northwest of them is Red Chair Lavender, which is another event center that kind of focuses on the agritourism, agritainment sort of uses with their lavender flower farm. They were in support of the use and kind of the treatment of landscaping along that property boundary. And then the property to the south, the resident of the property had no issue with the landscaping. The owner, who didn't reside on the property, raised issue. During the course of this review, the property changed hands. And that former property owner noted they would not be pursuing complaints or issues with the landscaping or the use at any point in the future. And as I understand it, the current owner of that property is in support of the event center and the flower farm and how landscaping's been treated, but the applicant can speak more specifically to that if you'd like. So in conclusion, staff recommends that this project is, or finds that this project is in compliance with the conditions of approval and would recommend that this commission approve the 1-year review, and this would be the last review for the use, so we wouldn't have another one after this. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Letzen. Excuse me. Do the commissioners have any questions for staff? Don't see any.
I guess my
Oh, go ahead.
question is, we've had a lot of CUPs come through. This is one of the ones that we've had like a 1-year review on.
Yep.
And so what is our action out of this when we're all done?
Basically, so if you were to find the project based on information staff provided or that the public provided, if you find the project to not, per your opinion, be in compliance with the condition of approval or the ultimate approval, you would make note of that. We would schedule this for a future public hearing to address that, which could result in modifying conditions of approval or removing conditions of approval, things like that. So you're really basically just signing off that based on staff's review, this thing is in compliance with the approval provided by Ada County.
So our motion will be just that.
Yeah, and the finding, well, the memo that I provided, there is a statement that you could probably make use of too.
Okay,
But yeah, you're just finding it to be in compliance with its original approval.
okay. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for staff? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and invite the applicant forward for their presentation. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Betty Dryden, 2685 North Haven Drive, Eagle, Idaho. And I really don't have a presentation. I'm just here for questions. We've pretty much done everything we were asked to do. We concreted our entire driveway, starting with the entrance at the street. We have our parking lot the way we need to have it. We haven't had any complaints from neighbors. This is really just for, I believe, 4 days a year, 2 or 3 hours at a time. And that's all this conditional use permit is for. And that's about it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do we have any questions? Commissioner Blitman?
Have you had any concerns from the neighbors that aren't included in this package?
We have not.
Any additional questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone online or in the room? I don't have anyone on the sheet that wishes to testify.
Nobody online tonight.
Okay. All right. With that being said, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff if there's any additional questions from the commissioners for staff pertaining to this project. All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and give the applicant time if they would like to come up and have a rebuttal. If not, understandable. Okay. They said no for the record. All right. Well, if there's no further questions, we'll close this public testimony portion with respect to this project. And I open up the floor to one of my commissioners for a motion in favor or a motion, as Mr. Letson stated, and we'll have some discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Murphy.
based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, I make a motion that the commission approve the review of project number 2022-00178-CU-MSP XREF 2022-001-178-A.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Birch, second. Commissioner Murphy, do you want to speak on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, pretty straightforward here. Looks like Betty's been working on this since 2022 and has complied with all the neighbors' concerns and the rest of it, and is doing a good job there. And I personally will probably take my wife and go pick some flowers there soon. So anyway, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Birch, do you have any comments?
Sure. I mean, it's not a secret that I'm no fan of event centers in residential neighborhoods, but this applicant has done exactly what they should have. And they kind of set the standard for what the event center should do. They've made their neighbors happy. They're conducting a business that is worthwhile and a positive asset to the community. And so absolutely, enthusiastically like to see it continue.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. Do I have any additional comments from Commissioner Blitman?
I just would say I was here when this came through the first time, and there was a room full of neighbors that were against it. And so I'm pleased to see that there's not a room full of neighbors here that are against it. And it seems that your neighbors, you've made peace with the people in the neighborhood, which is really positive from a community building standpoint. So I appreciate the work that you've done.
Thank you. Any additional comments? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote on Commissioner Murphy's motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Also say aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you very much for your time on that one. Go ahead and move on to the next item of unfinished business, and that is item 2024-0265-ZC-DA-S-HD-PR Shannon Subdivision, and I look to Mr. Danielson for the staff report.
Dear Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2024-02657-ZC-DA-S-HD-PR is a zone change from the Rural Preservation District to the Rural Urban Transition District, a development agreement, preliminary plat, hillside, and a private road application for Shannon Ridge subdivision. The property is located in the foothills located north of Boise. The property is located at 5125 North Bogus Basin Road. It contains 173.99 acres. The applicant has applied for a zoning ordinance map amendment to rezone 120.41 acres of the property from the Rural Preservation District to the Rural Urban Transition District, with the remaining 53.12 acres of the property remaining zoned rural preservation. The subdivision will consist of 22 lots, consisting of 21 buildable residential lots and 1 open space lot. The buildable lots within the subdivision range in size from 5.01 acres to 10.94 acres. The subdivision will be developed in 3 phases. The applicants also applied for a private road to construct 3 private roads and a hillside development application to do work in steep slopes. The property is in Boise's area of impact, therefore the Boise Comprehensive Plan, as adopted by A County, is the applicable comprehensive plan. The future land use map designates a portion of the site as slope protection, and on the screen here on the map here, the kind of the diagonal brown line is the slope protection area. And then the other portion of the site is denoted as buildable, and that's what the gray is showing on the map there. The slope protection designation identifies areas of the foothills with slopes of 25% or greater, which are largely intended to remain undeveloped, with the exception of limited single-family development at densities of up to 1 unit per 40 acres. The buildable designation identifies buildable areas of the foothills containing slopes of less than 25%. The designation has a base density of 1 unit per 40 acres, but allows for greater densities in accordance with the city's density bonus formula. Though Ada County does not have a density bonus within its zoning ordinance as it relates to this type of development, the proposed subdivision includes the dedication of a 53-acre open space lot that will preserve a sufficient amount of open space. In addition, the proposed number of residential lots, which will all be greater than 5 acres in size. The proposal to locate the buildable lots on the southern and eastern portions of the property in order to preserve the 53-acre open space area on the northwest side of the property is compatible with the Boise Comprehensive Plan as adopted by A County, which encourages consolidating lots in the foothills and utilizing a density bonus to preserve open space within the foothills. The city of Boise is directly south of the site with a couple of cluster subdivisions bordering the property to the south. To the north, east, and west of the site is more rural in nature with agricultural and range lands, along with rural residences as well. The neighboring residential cluster lots to the south range in size from a half acre to 2.5 acres. The proposed development is compatible with the surrounding development in the area. These adjacent Boise City subdivisions are fairly new as they were final platted back in 2014, 2018, and 2020. The property is located in the Wildland Urban Fire Interface Overlay District and the Hillside Overlay District. The development complies with the Wildland Urban Fire Interface Overlay District because a fire protection plan has been submitted for the development. This plan has been tailored to the subdivision. As conditioned, the property owners will be required to comply with the provisions in the plan. The development also complies with the Hillside Overlay District as the applicant has submitted a hillside development application which has been reviewed by the Associate County Engineer. Disturbed areas will be revegetated according to the slope stabilization and revegetation plan. Visual impacts have been minimized with the building pads for the home sites. Comments have been received from a neighboring property owner and a registered neighborhood group in the area. TLP LLC owns land directly to the west and to the north of the proposed subdivision. They have provided the following comments. They have expressed the following concerns. They mentioned that the geotechnical field work for the property was completed in 2017, and the location of the test holes does not correlate with the locations of the building lots. They asked if any additional exploration occurred with regional faults in the area. They want further analysis to be done to determine the potential for seismically induced landslides. They have concerns about the wildfire safety plan regarding water supply and the ignition-resistant construction. They are concerned that the 5-acre lot sizes will block municipal sewer, Veolia water, and other utilities from going through the proposed subdivision into their property. They would prefer if the subdivision was served by Veolia water rather than individual wells. They want to see documentation that shows well water is available in quantities that will not affect adjacent property owners. They are concerned about the use of septic systems and the effect it would have on them being downhill. They are of the opinion that the fire department requirements necessitates complete revision of the subdivision, and they question how the application will satisfy some of the fire department's requirements. They also wonder how recent legislation from this year's Idaho legislature on water rights will affect the proposed subdivision. They want to know the status of the 53-acre lot and if it will be permanent open space or if that acreage could be further redeveloped in the future. The Central Foothills Neighborhood Association stated that they oppose any further development in the Boise foothills, and they also expressed concerns regarding traffic impacts, wildfire risk, structural stability, and the protection of the valley's viewshed. Staff finds that the concerns raised by TLP LLC and the Central Foothills Neighborhood Association can be addressed. As conditioned, the applicant and/or owner shall provide an update to the geotechnical report with the results or test holes at the building envelope sites. The North Ada County Fire and Rescue District reviewed the wildfire safety plan for the subdivision and approved it with some requested edits. The subdivision has a 10-foot wide public utilities and drainage easement coincident with the subdivision boundary and on the public road. The utilities easement could facilitate the extension of utilities to adjacent properties. Applications for new water may be approved only after it is determined that sufficient supply is available and other prior water rights will not be injured. The Director of Idaho Department of Water Resources may require reporting water use by the water users. The Central District Health Department will need to approve of the septic systems and will not approve of a septic system that doesn't meet their public health and environmental regulations. The Ada County Highway District, in their response, stated that this development meets their level of service planning threshold. Bogus Basin Road is a 2-lane minor arterial, and the acceptable level of service for a 2-lane arterial is level of service E, which is 575 vehicle trips per hour. The current traffic count on Bogus Basin Road is 82 vehicle trips per hour, which is better than the level of service E. Thus, the development will have minimal burden on the existing transportation system. A visual impact report has been submitted for the development, and based on the existing topography and landscape of the site, it has been determined that there are no existing views that are significantly impacted by the development. The Google Street image at the lower right is looking north at the subject property. From Bogus Basin Road, the subject property generally slopes downhill. And then the other Google Street View image on the left is looking west towards the homes west of the proposed subdivision along Bogus Basin Road. Several agencies and political subdivisions have provided comments on the application. The City of Boise has expressed concerns regarding the proposed subdivision. They mentioned that the Boise City Council had voted to deny an annexation request on the property due to the lack of adequate infrastructure, and that the design of the subdivision provided future connections for development in sensitive woofy and hillside lands to the north and west. They believe that the property is best suited under Ada County's rural residential and rural preservation zoning designations and should not be developed beyond these densities. The city is recommending for the county to deny the application due to the following. Emergency services. North Ada County Fire and Rescue District and the Ada County Sheriff will serve the development but are assisted by the City of Boise's emergency services. The increased population by the subdivision could strain their resources and level of service to their community. Resiliency risk. They mention that development in fire-prone areas adds to fire fuel loads and complicates evacuation efforts. Transportation. They are of the opinion that development will worsen traffic congestion. Septic systems. They feel that the use of individual septic systems raises environmental and infrastructure concerns. Current and future land use. They believe that development of this intensity should be limited to density within cities where public infrastructure exists to accommodate this level of development. Wildlife habitat. The site lies within a migration corridor for deer and elk, impacting a finite natural resource. Conflicts with Boise Comprehensive Plan. They felt the proposed development conflicts with their comprehensive plan. Staff finds that the concerns raised by the City of Boise can be addressed. This subdivision will result in a small increase in the population of the area, as the development is only 21 buildable lots. The average household size for a single-family dwelling is 2.9 people. Therefore, the development will have a population of approximately 61 people at build-out. 61 additional residents in the area should have a negligible impact on emergency services and shouldn't significantly strain Boise's emergency services. The subdivision is in the wildland-urban fire interface and has a fire protection plan prepared by Jerry McAdams. The plan has been tailored to this subdivision, and there are provisions within the plan to reduce and minimize fire threats. And as condition, the provisions of the plan are required to be incorporated into the subdivision CC&Rs. It should be noted that there are developments within the city that are also located in the wildland-urban fire interface and share similar risk as the proposed subdivision. In addition, the North A County Fire and Rescue District opted to annex this property into its service area in 2024, demonstrating their ability to serve the development. Comments received from the fire district include conditions of approval to ensure the safety of future residents and those in the surrounding area. The A County Highway District, in their response, stated that this development meets their level of service planning threshold. Bogus Basin Road is a two-lane minor arterial, and the allowed level of service is E, which is 575 vehicle trips per hour. The current traffic count of Bogus Basin Road is 82, which is better than the level of service E. Thus, this development will have minimal burden on the existing transportation system. The Central District Health Department will need to approve of the septic systems, and they will not approve of a septic system that doesn't meet their public health and environmental regulations. The development is of a very low density, as the minimum lot sizes for the subdivision are 5 acres. 5-acre lots are lot sizes that you typically expect to find in a rural area and not necessarily within a city. This subdivision serves as a transition. This subdivision serves as a transition from existing development in the city of Boise to the south, which consists of single-family homes on lots ranging from a half acre to 2.5 acres in size, to the more open and rural lands north of the site. The Iowa Department of Fish and Game say that the development has taken their recommendations and included them in the natural features analysis, which are being incorporated as conditions of approval for the development, such as requiring fencing to be wildlife friendly. With the comprehensive plan, it is the county's interpretation of whether or not the development complies with the comprehensive plan and not the city's. According to Brent Moore, Senior Community and Regional Planner, the proposed development is in compliance with the Boise Comprehensive Plan as adopted by A County. He also found that the proposal to locate buildable lots on the southern and eastern portions of the property in order to preserve 53 acres of open space on the northwest portion of the site is compatible with several goals of the Boise Comprehensive Plan as adopted by A County. Central District Health Department stated that a land development application, test holes, and a full engineering report is required. The Boise Public Works Department responded that Boise City Sewer is not available to the property. The Associate County Engineer provided the following key comments regarding the subdivision, hillside, and private road applications. The project is in a groundwater management area and is not in a critical groundwater area or a nitrate priority area of groundwater concern or an area of drilling concern. The site is physically suitable for the design and siting of the proposed development. The disruption of existing native vegetation and wildlife habitat is minimized. The proposal sets forth sufficient and adequate mitigation for the identified visual impacts beyond the normally expected impact of hillside development. The applicant will need to submit a drainage application for the roadside swales. The applicant is responsible for restoring all disturbed areas. He did note that a few items do need to be addressed by the geotech, and these items would include, for Lot 1 of Block 2, a slope drain needs to be installed to fix a deep incision cut. The geotech must explore the identified fault. The geotech must perform a numerical stability analysis, and every building pad needs geotech sign-off that is buildable and landslide potential has been mitigated. The applicant has requested a small modification to conditions number 5 and 6. The applicant has been working with the fire department to make an update to their wildfire plan that will incorporate additional refuge areas, and they anticipate with those refuge areas that the fire department will approve Phase 3 without the Cartwright Road access. Therefore, they've requested for the words, unless otherwise approved by North A County Fire and Rescue District, to be added to both conditions number 5 and 6. Therefore, condition number 5 will read, Phase 1 can be built with no secondary access. The secondary access for Phase 2 shall access Bogus Basin Road northeast of the main entrance. The emergency access required for Phase 3 must provide access to Cartwright Road via the existing driveway that comes from the west to the neighboring parcel, unless otherwise approved by the North A County Fire and Rescue District. Condition number 6 will read, unless otherwise approved by the North Ada County Fire and Rescue District, prior to the final plat for Phase 3, the applicant and/or owner shall provide the director a copy of the easement allowing emergency access via the existing driveway that comes from the west through the neighboring parcel. Staff is supportive of the proposed changes to both of the conditions. Staff finds that the application complies with the Boise Comprehensive Plan as adopted by Ada County and the Ada County Code. The applicant has provided, prior to the hearing, the applicant provided me with a couple of exhibits for supplemental materials that he'll be discussing in his presentation, and I'll pass them out to you before his presentation. And there are copies on the back table for the public to look at, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Danielson. Do the commissioners have any questions for staff? Commissioner Wickstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you show me on a, Mr. Danielson, can you show me a map that shows where the TLP land is?
So the TLP land is this piece right here. So this is their land here and then up here.
Okay, so they're below, down the hill from it.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And thank you, that'll be it.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Blitman?
What does TLP mean?
Well, it's turtling, and I don't know
Oh,
what
it's
the
just
other part
it's,
of it
it's
is.
the name of the property owner.
Yeah, it's the name of
It's
the
not-
property
It's
owner.
not acronym. I was trying to figure
It's
that out.
an LLC, so it's the
Okay.
Turlings, and that's their LLC.
That's fine. The site is currently zoned what, and how many lots per acre houses per acre could it have in the current zoning?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, the property is currently zoned rural preservation, and with the rural preservation district, the minimum parcel size is 40 acres.
Okay. I've got a few more
Yeah, go ahead.
questions. How do we, well, you talked about the mitigating differences that the city of Boise said they recommended that we not do this, and you went through your analysis as to why we think it's okay. Are there any differences, or are there significant differences between what was presented to the city of Boise and what was presented here?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, yes, there was. So originally with the city of Boise, the subdivision proposed in the city of Boise, it was more of a cluster development. So it probably would have looked more like maybe like a Hackberry North subdivision, or one of these subdivisions kind of in the city of Boise. So it would have had more of a cluster lots on the property, and then there would have still been some open space lots. And the applicant may be able to kind of better answer that question for you. I think with the city of Boise proposal, I think they're actually proposing more lots than what they're proposing here, and the applicant could probably go into the number of lots that they had proposed when this was going in front of the city of Boise a few years ago.
Okay, I've got two more
Yeah,
questions.
go ahead. Finish out if you'd like.
Okay. Tell us what our responsibility is when it comes to engineering issues, because I'm not an engineer, and I don't know if this hillside is buildable or not. And so what's our responsibility as commissioners as it relates to the engineering feasibility of the study, of the site?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, so with engineering, we rely heavily on our county engineer, and we also rely on the applicant as their engineer as well. And so basically, the applicant's engineering team will do the study, so they'll have a geotech that will look at what the soil types are. They'll look at, what the soil properties are, for the building sites, and then they'll prepare, reports. And so those reports will then be reviewed by our county engineer or our associate county engineer. And so our county engineer or associate county engineer, what they look at is they look to make sure that the information, that the reports that the applicant's engineers have done, makes sense. So they're obviously trained civil engineers. They know what to look for, and so they can identify if there's any issues that they see with the applicant's engineers' reports. They can then, note that, and then they can request additional information or say to the applicant's engineer, I disagree with you here, and this is why I disagree with you. With this application, there are a number of conditions of approval that will need to be done. So with this being a subdivision application, you'll be making a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, and this will have another public hearing in front of the Board of County Commissioners. And then once the if the Board of County Commissioners does approve this application, then the applicant will then proceed with doing what's called a final plat. And there'll be conditions of approval that will need to be done before the Board of County Commissioners will sign the final plat. So with this application, as you've looked through the many conditions of approval, there are a lot of conditions of approval relating to engineering and geotech that the applicant will need to satisfy before the Board of County Commissioners will sign the final plat. And basically, for the board, for anybody to pull any building permits or to buy lots, the final plat will need to be signed by the board before that can occur.
So thank you. The North Ada Fire District, Fire and Rescue District, where's their fire stations at, and you know, are they staffed 24/7? Is it like a, you know, how?
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blowman, the fire station, the closest fire station is at the corner of Cartwright Road and Bogus Basin Road. So it's right here. So it's about maybe, I don't know, a mile and a half, maybe, I think it's about a mile and a half or so, from the site.
And that's the North Ada County Fire Station, not a Boise City Fire Station.
So with the fire districts, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Blowman, with the fire districts in Ada County, a lot of them have kind of reciprocal agreements. So basically, it is a Boise City fire station, but it also serves the North Ada County Fire and Rescue area as well.
Okay, so they've got some sort of an agreement. Tell me what the plans are, and maybe the applicant, we can address this more, is for that permanent open space, will there be public use or will be exclusive use for the people that live in that subdivision?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blowman, I think that'd be a question to ask the applicants. I don't know if they're planning to still use it for, like a small herd of cows, or if it would be used for recreational purposes, but the applicant could probably tell us that.
Okay. I think I'm done.
All righty. Any additional questions for staff? Commissioner Birch?
Mr. Danielson, one of the comments that was made by those in opposition to this project was that there is a water system available and that the applicant does not want to use that water system because of the cost to connect to it. And those in opposition object to wells being drilled for various reasons. Can you enlighten us with respect to the water system that the opposition claims is available?
So Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Birch, from what I've been told by the applicant is when they originally had this application in front of the Boise City Council, Viola was then owned by Suez, and at that time, they were going to put like a water tank on the property, Suez was, but then later on, recently when they were looking at water, for this development, Viola said that, the water tank would need to be higher than the property, than this subject property itself. And so then that kind of negates the ability to really hook up to the water because you're just not able to, the property itself just isn't high enough to have a high enough tank that's needed for Viola to provide that gravity water. I think the applicant could probably provide a little bit more detail on that than I do, but that's just what the applicant had recently told me this afternoon, so.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Danielson.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Danielson, just a quick question about the 53-acre open space. Is that, you mentioned it was on the northwest corner, I believe. Is it a square that is just on the northwest corner, or does it have more texture as far as shape?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, it has more texture. So this is kind of the preliminary plat. So basically this open space law, if you follow kind of the mouse, if you can see the mouse here, kind of starts in this corner and then it goes like this. So it's kind of more kind of at the corner of the property. Maybe. And then kind of if you look on this phase 3 map, so basically the open space law is lot 13, block 2. And so this kind of area right here is the open space lot here.
And then follow-up question, sir. Is that like an unbuildable portion or like some sort of drain area, which would, I guess, kind of prohibit or inhibit at least building? Or tough to say from this?
I would say, I'll go back to here. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, I would say, I mean, there's some very steep slopes kind of here in the corner here that would be probably difficult to build on. This is kind of part of the kind of a little bit of the irrigated valley of the ranch. And so I think probably in this area, there probably could be buildable area in the future, possibly, that somebody probably could build on. I don't think there's anything that would really constrain it. The applicant, through their proposal for the subdivision, decide that this would be good to leave as an open space lot. And the applicant can maybe, further address kind of what their plans are or why they chose for that to be open space.
Thank you.
Any, excuse me, any additional questions for staff? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and ask the applicant to come forward. And please state your name and address. You'll have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise, representing the applicant. And Brent's got my presentation. He'll have it up here in just a second. But the way I would describe this application is it's a pretty unique one, and it's one, in my view, whose time has come. So we can go to the next one, Brent. So this is a picture of the property. You've probably driven by it dozens of times on your way up to Bogus Basin, and it's likely that you've never noticed it. And that's because it is down the valley off of Bogus Basin Road. In fact, if you don't know what you're looking for as you go past Charlie's driveway access, you wouldn't know it's there at all. Next one. But if you do look at the property, you're going to look at a working ranch that's been there for decades. So there's about 400 head of cattle that are there every winter. The next one. So my client, Charlie, who's sitting here behind me, he's not only worked the ranch for all those decades, he actually was born on this property. I don't know how many people can say that when it comes to development ground. He's been there his entire life. He's been there long enough to watch the development come in all around him. He remembers when Highlands Hackberry was just another hill across the way. He's been there long before there was a local land use planning act or a zoning code or a wildland urban interface. He's also been there for the explosion of the recreational trail use all around his property over the last 20 years. They say that no good deed goes unpunished, and this is one of those times. Charlie embraced that when everybody came, but soon he found that his gates were being opened up and his cattle was getting out. And then he's paying thousands of dollars of fines because he can't run the ranch like he would like to run the ranch, how the ranch needs to be run. So it's clear that the time to use this property as a working ranch is over. It's time for it to move to the next phase. Next slide. And development of this site really should come as no surprise. It is buildable on the Boise City Comprehensive Plan. There are no prominent ridges to this property. There's no views affected. You saw that in the visual impact analysis that we provided. Interestingly enough, water and sewer are right there at the property. There's a sewer, there's a manhole, there's a hydrant. The property's 5 minutes from downtown. It also fits the city's hillside and foothills ordinances. The vast majority of the site is under 25%. So if you use the Boise City hillside and foothills ordinance and apply the density bonuses, you could actually get over 100 lots on this property within the four corners of the foothills ordinance. But unfortunately, it hasn't gone well with the city. We tried to get this done in the city several years ago. It was a very similar application, 20 lots that were clustered with a portion of the site that would be left open for future development based on a number of conditions that we offered up based on conversations with staff. We made all kinds of concessions. We fought hard. We lost. But it gets worse. The day after our denial, I was called by someone from the Parks Department, and they said, well, now that the city has denied your application, will you sell the property to the city? That's what happened to Charlie at the city. So you can imagine how I reacted on the phone. But we tried to muscle our way through. We spent years trying to come up with other plans that the city might be okay to work with. And then over the last year, we asked North Ada County Fire to annex the property into the district. Boise City actually opposed Charlie being annexed into the district and getting fire protection for his property. We went and, luckily North Ada County Fire, they recognize they represent, or they have within their district folks all up and down Bogus Basin Road, and it would have been wrong to treat Charlie differently than anybody else, and so they annexed him. But that's why we're here. That's why we're asking approval in the county, is because of that history. Next slide. So that's why, let's talk about that actual project though. We're proposing the 21 5-acre lots in an RUT zone with the remaining 53 acres staying in the rural preservation. So the rural preservation stays at that low density, 1/40. That's where Charlie's going to continue to live. That is the flattest area of the property. He's gonna hobby farm, he's gonna have a few cows there still. But that's the point with that area being preserved. It is good ground. It is not an issue of it being undevelopable. It's flat ground, but it's where he'd like to continue to farm and do some of these ag activities. You'll also note that, and I oriented this because it felt a little easier. As you noticed in a lot of the application documents, it's pointing, the site plans are pointing so that north is this way. So this is north. So our neighbors to the west, the property is, we tried to cluster it to the east and south sides. And as you saw in the staff report, all of the standards have been satisfied. So what I would like to do is go on to a few of the issues that have been raised through these various conversations. And I'll also say that our project engineer, Ken Adamson, is here, and so he may be able to speak up if there's anything specific to the plat that folks have questions about. So first, with regard to fire, we have a detailed wildfire safety plan prepared by Jerry McAdams. If you've been doing this, you know that he's the best. We have requirements in the plan related to fire sprinkling, to defensible space, what kind of non-combustible materials have to be used on the houses, so we feel very well protected with that. Since that was prepared, we've been working with North Ada County Fire, which, to Commissioner Blitman's question, North Ada County Fire uses Boise Fire for the review of this type of application. So we've been working with Boise Fire actually really well ever since the annexation issues a year ago. And we have agreed to a number of items. One of those includes what type of tank will be on the site. So they're requiring a 22,500 gallon fire suppression water tank. And that email's a little bit tight for you guys to read, but that's the email where we confirmed what the size of that would be, and that'll be located on the higher portions of the site up near Bogus Basin Road. We've also identified additional access points that are on the next slide, Brent. These are additional roads to help continue linking the project and provide for additional fire safety. The one on the bottom is back into Bogus Basin Road. We've reviewed that with North Ada County Fire, and we've also talked to Ada County Highway District about it. There's not an issue with that being connected back to Bogus Basin Road. And as Brent mentioned, those would become relevant if our neighbor doesn't allow for the emergency evacuation route for phase 3. So let's go to the next one. So open space and density bonus. It's a little bit of a misnomer. As I mentioned, Charlie is going to stay on the RP lot with the hobby farm operation. The 21 RUT lots all meet the county minimums. The density bonus concept is actually based in Boise City Code, and as I mentioned, if you strictly apply the density bonus concept, you could actually put 100 lots on the property. The county doesn't have a density bonus process, so all you can do is try to approximate the intent of Blueprint Boise, which is to allow for that type of flexibility. And we think that the use of the RUT, which as per county code that's the county zone that accommodates development within the area of city impact. We think that was an appropriate way to try to translate what's in Blueprint Boise into how the county code actually works. Next one. Geotechnical. The site's been thoroughly reviewed in connection with our prior applications, and as Brent mentioned, we do have a number of conditions of approval that would require us to prove up each individual building lot. In addition to that, we provided a 2023 letter from Atlas that looked at our site layout and confirmed that they believe that the site layout is buildable. Next one. I mentioned previously that city services are literally in the road at the entrance to this project. So to answer the question from before, The first option would be domestic water. And when we were in front of Boise City, when Suez was the operator, they were ready for us to connect to domestic water at that point. They didn't have additional requirements. Suez obviously was taken over by Veolia. Veolia has a different set of engineers. Veolia thinks that they need more pressure to be able to serve us, and so won't allow us to connect. The solution to that would be an additional water tank. So we asked Veolia, hey, can we put that water tank on our site? And they said, no, the water tank needs to be even higher. So it's not something that we can solve. We'd love to be on domestic water. It's not a cost issue. It's a physics and geometry issue. And so we would love to do that, but lacking that, we're in the domestic well region. And so when we talk about domestic wells, one of our neighbors brought up Senate Bill 1083. If you're familiar with the domestic use exception, for decades in Idaho, it's always been that anyone can pop a well, water up to a half acre, and take 13,000 gallons per day for domestic use. That's what it's always been. This year, the legislature modified that in groundwater management areas and decided that they don't want folks using domestic wells for outdoor use in groundwater management areas. So one of the things we had to investigate at that point was, hey, this statute isn't the easiest thing to interpret. Spent a little time with IDWR, looked into the groundwater management issues, and we determined that our property is in the Boise front low temperature geothermal groundwater management area, but that it applies to wells that are deeper than 300 feet. So in other words, if you have a well that's lower than 300 feet, you can use it for indoor use, you can't use it for outdoor use. So we've spent time with HDR, Terry Scanlon, came up with a plan. Based on HDR's investigations, there is adequate groundwater in the area. Recent well logs make us believe that we're not gonna have to go below 300. But just in case, if we have to go below 300, what we're going to do is we're going to allocate the existing irrigation water right that's at the site. A chunk of it will stay with the RP lot. Other portions will go with the new RUT lots. But one of the things we're going to do is with our CC&Rs restrict the amount of landscape that you can have on any of the RP lots down from what the 0.5 acres that a domestic well would allow. I'm going to shrink that by half, and it's only 0.25 acres to help add to that kind of water conservation effort. So we believe that that is more than adequately addressed. So I've got like 3 minutes left, and I want you guys to meet Charlie, and I want him to talk a little bit about the history. So if that's okay, I'll turn the mic over to him, and then maybe I'll wrap up from there and answer questions.
It's fine.
Charlie, you ready?
Thank you. Good. I'm Charlie Gibson. I reside at 5125 Bogus Basin Road. I've resided there all my life. I still ranch there. My dad, kind of a history of the deal. My dad bought it in I think 47 or 44. And then we lived there, and then I was born, and then so my dad and I, we run the ranch for all these years. Anyway, I can remember when there wasn't one house in the Highlands, not one house. And my dad would park there with me when I was 5 years old, and we'd walk across the Highlands flat there. And I wasn't big enough to look over the alfalfa. I can remember that. And my dad's friend was Mr. Johnson, and he farmed all that in the bottom. And then the other friend was Van Den on the other side. But anyway, I can remember that. And anyway, so I kind of increased my cattle herd from when my dad and I was together, and kind of went up there. And then anyway, then things started changing pretty fast about, the Highlands come in and everything there. And so I had enough state land up in the hills there to run about 500 cows in the spring. And then the state turned it over to the BLM and the bikes came in. And so I lost my state leases a lot in there. I kept some of my private leases. And anyway, so like that one piece of ground, private ground, I've got, I think there's 9 gates on it up in there. And they try to stay on, most of them are pretty good staying on the thing, but the rest of them not. There's people off biking here and there. Gates are down, and BLM's fined me $3,000 one year and $4,000 another. And anyway, so it's got tougher all the time. And so anyway, I run about 400 calves there. My calves in the fall or in the winter, and I feed there, and I haul feed in for them and everything. People don't like the trucks or anything coming up through there, and the cattle and all that. They're going like this to me all the time, and I get that middle finger a lot, with the semi. I have to haul with the cattle. I have to haul about semi load every 3 days up, a big load, and I do that all myself, and I feed the cattle myself, and morning and night, 7 days a week. And anyway, so that will change if I don't have the feedlot there. And all the developments come up there, and I have never opposed anybody's development. I think that I believe in property rights, and if they want to do what they want to do, I believe in letting them do it. I mean, that's their deal. As long as they don't do anything to me, I don't have a problem. So I guess anyway. So anyway, the ranch is tough to make it work anymore, and so I'm going to live there for now and run a few cows and stuff and do that. So anyway, we talk about a lot of that stuff, the wildfires and everything. I've seen them all. I've been on a cat at night, running all night and putting fires out. I know exactly what it is. And so probably more than anybody even the fire department guys, I've seen more fires. So anyway, and we do need the cattle. They need the grazing, but we're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. So anyway, so any questions?
Do we have any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Gibson, hey, just curious, you have 153 acres there right now, correct? Something in that range?
173.
173,
yes.
sorry.
Yes.
Was that the original
No, the
size, or how much property did you own in that area?
The
Just
original
curious.
size was 160. And my dad bought, I don't know if you got that map that's up there. The original was that the bottom line, instead of coming up to Bogus Basin, went straight across. And I didn't have any access off Bogus Basin Road. And my access come through right where them grow houses are, right there. And you come the old road up over to Turling's house.
Mr. Gibson, we can see on this side, I think Mr. Danielson's helping you out.
Oh, you want to look over there?
Well, he's got a mouse there helping.
Our road comes up here, and that back road that comes all the way in there, right there, that was my access to the ranch. We didn't have access on Bogus Basin Road, and Shelley Aikman, or Highlands, owned that 15 acres in the front. Anyway, I can't think what year it was. That's okay.
Chairman, and
But Turling fought me.
I want to have him speak into the
took
mic as best he can, just for the record.
Easement away from there. And so I bought that front part from Highlands so I could have Bogus Basin and everything.
Okay, cool, thank you. And then just one more quick question, sir. The water rights you have for that 170 plus, is that full irrigation water rights for that?
Yeah, just there's like 30 acres.
30 acres?
Yeah, there's about 30 acres there.
Gotcha.
The water rights. So
Okay, thank you.
anyway, anything else?
Any additional questions from commissioners? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Mr. Gibson, thank you. The big question was, would you be maintaining those 53 acres that you have as a ranch right now, or is it possible, the idea of subdividing that and developing that?
I have no plans at this time. I kind of like the place, and I built a house there in '78, and I still got some cows, and there's about 100 head of yearlings right there grazing on that. So it takes all the forage down, those cattle do. And so I plan on just staying there for right now and see what we do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Blitman?
I appreciate that you've kept the property available and you've had people, bikers up there, but I'm wondering with this new 20 lots, if you have any plans for any sort of a recreational pathway or any ideas on.
Sir, we'll have to put you on the microphone so we can hear you.
That would, I don't believe in making a bike path in back of people's houses and stuff. I think that's, if homeowners decide to do that, I guess they can do that. But at this time, I don't want to infringe on it. People they got a right to have their house and live that way. And so anyway, it's been a tough conflict, really, ma'am. I'm sorry about it, but it's been a tough conflict, so.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you so much to the both.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add one thing real quickly.
very
To Commissioner Wickstrom's question, I just would also point out that it was purposeful that we left that portion of where Charlie's going to stay in RP so that it would require a check, right? If they wanted to do anything else, they're going to have to come in front of you and have that conversation. But that is not the intent. So, yep.
Thank you. All right. Excuse me. All right. With no further questions for the applicant, we'll go ahead and turn it over to the public comment. I do have a list of folks on here. We'll go ahead and I'll just go from the top. Joni Fauci, please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Joni Fossey. My address is 2944 North Hillway Drive, Boise. On behalf of the Central Foothills Neighborhood Association, we respectfully submit these comments regarding the proposed Shannon Ridge subdivision. We strongly oppose further development in the Boise foothills. While the City of Boise denied annexation for valid reasons, additional concerns remain, including traffic impacts, wildfire risk, structural stability, and the protection of the county and valley's viewshed. Although this subdivision claims to be outside the viewshed, future developments may not be. We urge you to preserve the scenic integrity of the Boise front and deny any proposals that compromise it. Structural stability is another serious issue. In our community, homes in Erie Canyon, which is up North 36th Street, have experienced significant foundation problems despite meeting all geotechnical and engineering requirements in the City of Boise. One homeowner was recently interviewed by the Idaho Statesman and has spent over $800,000 on repairs. These failures underscore the inherent risks of building in the foothills, where unstable soils and shifting slopes threaten long-term safety. And land ownership does not guarantee development rights, particularly in such high-risk areas. Wildfire danger is also a pressing concern. Residents here have had firsthand experience with fires, as has Charlie, including the 2013 Quail Cove fire, which was contained thanks to the fortunate availability of crews at NIFC. Future fires may not be so easily controlled, and with increasing fire frequency in the west, approving new development in fire-prone foothills is a significant risk. Strict adherence to vegetation management and mitigation measures is essential. Also, it is concerning that this unincorporated development will be relying on Boise's Fire Department under contract with the North Ada County Fire and Rescue for protection. Additionally, increased traffic from Shannon Ridge will compound existing congestion on already overburdened roads, including Harrison Boulevard, 15th Street, and Hill Road. While ACHD may determine that Bogus Basin Road meets level of service standards, the real strain will be felt downstream. Residents east of Bogus Basin Road already struggle to exit their neighborhoods due to high traffic volumes. Adding approximately 200 more vehicle trips per day, 20 homes times 10 trips a day, will only worsen these conditions. While a future connection between North 36 and Bogus Basin is planned, it is years away, yet the traffic burden is immediate. For these reasons, we strongly urge you to deny this subdivision and rezone request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do the commissioners have any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Murphy?
Hi, Ms. Fauci. Thank you for your testimony. How far, or how close rather, or far, do you live to that particular project area?
Our neighborhood association is off of Hill Road between Bogus Basin and 36th. So everything north of Hill Road in that area, although some of the homes, like the Hackberries and stuff, are part of Highlands Neighborhood Association. If eventually someday the Turtling property gets developed, all that will probably be in part of Central Foothills Neighborhood Association.
Okay, and then does the current project site, is that encompassed currently geographically by your neighborhood association? Just curious.
It's not because it's not in the city limits.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, I understand your concerns. Does it help any that every lot that he's going to build's got to have a geotech survey done on it? And there's also just every 5 years and going into it, they're going to have a fire safety plan. Does any of that give you any comfort or appease you?
Well, the thing is about the geotechnical, like all the ones in our neighborhood all got geotechnical approved and surveyed, and that Terra Nativa over there by Table Rock, they all went through it and still stuff happened. And even in some of the older parts in our neighborhood that were built like in the 70s, they have big cracks in their foundations because it's just foothills, things move. So there's that. And what was the other question about?
The fire safety plan.
Fire safety, I think it's great that the Firewise, Jerry McAdams, or whoever's doing it at the time, will review it every 5 years. And I really hope someone goes out and keeps paying attention to all the vegetation, because what vegetation's out there and what's being watered or not watered is really important.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions? I do have some questions. Question on the 200 vehicle trips. Where are you getting that number by chance? Because 10 trips per household is pretty high for an average household. I mean, I don't know about you. I have a household of 6 people, and we do maybe 7 trips. And so I'm just wondering where you get that.
I just get that from previous hearings I've been going to for many years at City and ACHD. That's where I got it from. But, it could be less, but
Yeah, I just was wondering.
there's a lot. 20 tips, because each trip is 2.
Yeah, you got
One
it
up,
there.
one down, and-
Yeah. No, I understand. I was just like, wow, that's a lot of trips. So you guys at Central Foothills, you got some pretty packed in neighborhoods over there up above like Quail Hollow and stuff, correct?
Yes,
They're actually more dense than what they're proposing.
absolutely, yeah. We don't have 5-acre lots.
So my question is I feel like this is starting to become a rules for thee and not for me situation where you're fine with how big your neighborhoods are, but are a bit upset that these are going to be 5-acre lots a little bit further down.
Right, I try not to be a NIMBY kind of person, but our neighborhood was already there. But it would be good if our neighborhood wasn't. Like, I really don't think the foothills should be developed at all. I think they're too dangerous for fire especially, more than anything else.
Okay, I just wonder. All right, thank you very much. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have, I believe this was the applicant. It's Charlie. I'm sorry, I have trouble reading handwriting as a millennial. Charlie, is it the Charlie? Is that the, okay. He's the applicant, so you've already spoken. Okay, cool. Then I have a David McKinnon. All right, please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Dave McKinnon, 3858 North Garden Center Way. I'm here representing TLP tonight. You'd asked earlier what TLP stands for, Turtling Legacy Properties. Answer your question about the vehicle trips. It's from the ITE manual, the International Transportation Engineers. That's where that comes from. We don't have a problem with development in the foothills. We're okay with development in the foothills. We did not go to the city of Boise to oppose Charlie's project at the city of Boise. The reason why we didn't oppose it is because they were talking about connecting to the city water, connecting to city sewer, and having Boise City be their fire protection service. We have no problem with development in the foothills. The problem that we have now is that we're downstream in the same groundwater management area. I happen to be the chairman of that groundwater management area. And we just had our meeting, and the only reason why I brought up Senate Bill 1083 is because when we were discussing the groundwater management area at our last annual meeting, that bill came up and it became a big issue because, as you probably remember this last summer, there was a huge curtailment in groundwater rights. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, and so that's the reason why I brought it up. I'm kind of standing in front of you tonight a little bit, I kind of had a gotcha moment here. I'd even called over to the staff this afternoon and said, have you received anything from the applicant? Because I'd like to know before we walk into the meeting. Walking into the meeting, we got a few answers. And I'm happy to hear some of the answers, actually. I'm happy to hear that some of the concerns I had have been addressed, at least somewhat. I have more concerns and more questions now based on what Heath had in his presentation. I'll try to go through those really quick. In Heath's presentation, he said, you know, this is part of the Boise blueprint, that it should be buildable. There's nothing preventing Charlie from building 4 lots on these acreage. There's something that you guys can prevent by doing additional density. Density in the foothills is dangerous if there's not the services. That's the reason why the city denied it. He said that there's no prominent ridge tops. We, being the downhill user and owner, have some prominent ridge tops that we're looking up to. Boise City opposed the annexation into NAFCR. And the reason why it was very apparent, because they're the ones that will be providing the service. North Ada County Fire and Rescue will receive the tax money, but the person providing services will be the city of Boise initially, because they have the fire services located closest by. I had questions about the 53-acre open space lot. That's condition number 55 on your conditions of approval. It says, and in your conditions of approval, that it will be an open space lot consistent with your open space guidelines per the county code. It's been presented to you as such and has been up until tonight. Now it's being presented to you as something other than an open space lot. This is not an open space lot. This is a hobby farm lot for the benefit of Charlie. It does not benefit anybody else in the subdivision. Standards, I guess, Heath said that standards have been satisfied. Not originally. I'm the one that brought up the majority of these issues. Development's hard. We get that. Do you have any questions?
Do we have any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you. Let's see if I misunderstood this, but was there a comment that was made about it blocking your access to water and sewer and if you were going to develop downhill?
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons Boise City was opposed to it. What happens when you develop a 5-acre lot? You have a 5-acre lot for forever, because I've got the septic system there. Septic systems, once they go in, people don't want to take them out. They don't want to connect to sewer. They get used to having them there. They don't want to connect unless they're forced to connect. And so when you have a run for a 5-acre lot, it's really hard to justify putting in a sewer system through runs of 5-acre lots. And so there never will be a sewer system that will be installed there, because there's nobody that's going to be willing to pay for it.
Mr. Chairman, follow up then. So the sewer would be coming off of Bogus Basin, or would be coming from up the hill to your, I thought it was to connect to your property down.
So Charlie and Charlie's engineer can address this better, and I feel for them on this one, because Boise City put them through the ringer. Originally, they were going to do a lift station to pump back up to Bogus Basin where sewer is. So the sewer would flow downhill like sewer does, and they would have a lift station that would collect it. It'd have a lift station there. Once it reaches a certain level, it would then pump back uphill and then flow down Bogus Basin. And so that was the original plan, and Boise City said, we don't want to do that because it would be a private lift station that they'd have to maintain. Boise City didn't want to maintain it. It was a little bit of a cluster for Charlie, because the city they wouldn't let him do a private one and they wouldn't let him do a public one. And so what could happen in the future, if the turtling property develops, all that could sewer gravity directly down from the upper part of Charlie's property off of Bogus Basin down through the TLP property at some point in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from commissioners? I do have some questions. So first question is are you actively trying to purchase this land?
We've asked Charlie if we could purchase the land. We've asked Charlie if he would sell us the land. We've offered to have him appraise it with his appraisal, with his appraiser of his choice, and we would buy it for the appraised value.
What would you do on that land?
Nothing right now.
I mean, so you just purchase it?
The turtlings have 1,500 acres up there right now, and they're actively trying to purchase other land for their
But
acreage.
you said that you guys potentially could develop
At some
downhill
point,
from-
yeah.
So my question is there's a concern here now for me that you guys are developing, you guys potentially have expressed potential development lower, and you've also expressed you've approached him to purchase the land. Kind of putting two together, are you trying, is it a situation where you would want to develop the land
We don't need Charlie's land to develop our land, no.
No, that's what I'm saying, is it's just an additional,
It'd be something that would be additional to it, yeah.
okay. And then, so the issue you had with, another issue is you had with the potential, the lead lines on these lots for a lot of the sewer and stuff like that, but also the septic, because you guys are lower, and I understand that. You had said that you would, you're fine with the bigger lots though, correct? Like if you wanted to keep them 40 acres and whatnot?
Right, and so that's just a lot less. And so
Yeah.
you can actually put in more than, when you're dealing with these little tiny lots and their small footprints, you have a very limited space that you can put in your septic system. And so, yeah, it's just putting in more density than 20 is a lot more than 4.
Okay. And then, just, do you have a direct line of sight from your guys's, like, where, I don't know what that is, the grow houses or whatever that is, into that valley that his location is where this would be? Like, you say that there's peaks and stuff in there, but I don't think they're looking at the peaks, they're putting it in the valleys under the peaks. And unfortunately, we're gonna have you buy the mic so the record can hear you, so. No, I got you. I just am curious if what you can see exactly, because from our photos, it looks like there's peaks surrounding, but the buildable portion is gonna be well below, so you'd have to almost look over a peak into the valley. So I'm just wondering if you're able to see it from your location, like you were saying.
You can look right up into the valley.
Okay.
Yeah, and boy, I wish I had more than three minutes. This is the first time we've heard about a
No,
water
that's fine.
tank.
When we ask questions, the time goes further, so.
Yeah, another question I have is, they said they have a water tank now. It'd be nice to know what that looks like and where it would be located. And it would be nice to see a plat that actually shows what these roads look like that connect to Bogus Basin. We just saw that tonight, and I know that was Exhibit 51 showed a road that made its way up to Bogus Basin for Phase 2. But if you look at the cut and fill on that, they're cutting some areas 35 feet and then filling in other areas 25 feet. It's a massive change to that location off of Bogus Basin. And they talk about minimizing cut and fill. That's not minimizing cut and fill. You have to cut 35 feet out for a road.
Do we have any additional questions? Commissioner Colson?
Have you developed property in the past?
I've developed lots of property in the past. I used to be a city planner for the city of Meridian, city of Garden City. I was a private planner, worked for Pinnacle Engineers, worked for Conger Management Group, and worked for the Turtling Company, developing and doing entitlement work.
Perfect, thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Excuse me, next up, I have a Shelley Eichman. Is that correct? Shelley Eichman, please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Shelley Smith Eichman, fourth generation Boise, Idaho, and I live at 1711 Harrison Boulevard, area of impact. And I am totally in agreement with your very, very smart planners who have approved this project. It's a great project. Charlie's worked hard on it. And this is kind of a history lesson also. My great-grandfather was a first school teacher in Boise. He homesteaded in 1863. The North End, Smith Avenue's one of our projects. Taft, Brenneman, our family names. We did Hillside and Lancaster subdivision years ago. My grandfather and father, Richard B. Smith, did the Highlands, and they said it would never be anything but Slaughterhouse Gulch. So I want to just totally agree with what Charlie's doing. We need homes in Boise. We don't need any more of our rich irrigated farmland taken up for homes. We can't, my great-grandfather didn't want to take the foothills when he got the 1863, had to sign off on that land. He said, I can't even keep a cow up there. There's no water. So they made him take it because they wanted it on the tax rolls. And we've done well with it. Needless to say, it was all the way down to what now is Hillside Junior High. But please, the problem we have we have a problem mayor in Boise. where she only wants dogs and bikers and bicyclists and walkers up in the foothills. We need homes. They call the Highlands and up off the foothills down to St. Luke's and around that area, they call it Pill Hill, because the doctors and the nurses and the administrators live in those areas so they can get to work, especially the doctors in the middle of the night. They want to be able to get to the hospital, St. Luke's, as well as the Veterans Hospital in there. So please approve this project. It's a good one. Big problem with Boise City is now we've got garages being built behind the houses in the north end, but there's no parking, so there are all these cars on the streets. And then it's dangerous because as we're trying to get through the streets, we can't see if other cars are coming. And thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
Drop the mic.
Questions?
A lot of history.
Any questions? Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. We appreciate it. Next up, I have David Eichmann. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes as well.
I know my time's about up, just getting here. My name's David Eichmann, live at 1711 Harrison. My wife just spoke to you. I need to tell you that she's much younger than I. My parents knew Charlie's parents back when it was a small town, and it really was small. For full disclosure, I'm vice president of the Highlands Incorporated, and we still own property adjacent to Charlie's. And we understand the bike problem, or the biker problem, because somebody, if it's not a biker, it's somebody with a good cutters, they cut the fences so they can go on what trails they want to. It's a continual problem, and the cattle from Charlie's place will get out and go into the Highlands, in particular Crane Creek Country Club. So my wife gets a call because there's cows on the country club golf course. Fortunately, the president of our organization is now getting those calls. But as far as the foothills being dangerous, the Highlands was begun in 1955 on hillside land above Hill Road. And the land goes all the way up to the Corrals Trail off of Bogus Basin. That was added in parcels, but that's how far the land goes. I don't understand, I don't hear of any problems with homes in the Highlands regard to foundations. We've lived in the Highlands for a lot of years before we went down to the flatland, and in the Highlands, that's not a problem. Somebody suggesting it is not quite straight. There were a lot of things that I had thought of to say, and then I started hearing some of these comments, and kind of threw me off my course. But if the city and the county want to build, that's where you got to build. And I guess the best thing I can say is repeat what Charlie said. We believe in private property rights, and people who own private property should be able to do what they want with obviously some limitations. But I got to hand it to you folks. This is the most positive meeting I've ever been to, and I applaud you with intelligent questions and so forth. Any questions?
Does anyone have any questions? I just do briefly have a quick question. So Highlands is arguably more impacted by this neighborhood than, say, Central Foothills. It would probably be the primary one impacted because you're right off Bogus Basin.
Right.
You're a part of that. I guess my question is do you not see any negative impact from your perspective because we've heard people say they are negative impact, but judging by just my knowledge of Bogus Basin, Foothills, Highlands, where it's located, this is definitely going to be the one that's going to be impacted. So just kind of your
Mostly the
opinion.
Highlands is right across Bogus Basin Road.
Yeah.
Charlie's down in a valley which is hundreds of feet down, and his valley or gully or whatever you want to call it empties out the other direction. I don't know what the roads are that will be used for egress and ingress. I'm just not familiar with that part of the plan. But I can tell you right now, I'm sure those homeowners are not going to be coming right up Charlie's driveway to get onto Bogus Basin Road. I don't think that makes any sense.
Okay.
Charlie is the one who can answer what that might be. But yeah, I don't think it's an impact. Harrison Boulevard isn't an impact. The only time we get traffic in front of our house that stops is because the school children are going across at the light. And that's about it. Now, ski season's another. Once the light changes at Hill Road, just get in line. But we allow for that. We back out onto 17th or 18th Street, and it's not a problem.
Commissioner Blitman?
I wondered if you could just comment on the Highlands. Is that on city sewer and city water?
Yes,
Thank you.
it tastes good.
That's good. Hopefully the water, right?
The sewer, yeah. Any additional questions? Thank you so much, sir, for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the hearing.
Next up, I have a, excuse me, a Jackie Moffis. Jackie Moffis. Am I saying that right?
I must have got on the wrong sheet, so.
Oh. Oh, okay.
We aren't.
So this is the last public sheet, though. So if for the testimony, the later, and I was going to address this anyways, the later discussion we're going to have about the Ada County Code is closed because we've taken all the testimony at that point. But, so I assume, is that Robert Nettleton? Is that a similar situation?
Commissioner, I guess I just want to remind folks, though, it's not your last chance to have conversations about solar. It's going to be going to the Ada County Commissioners. Regardless of what we do, it's going to be going to the Ada County Commissioners. So you're going to have another chance to submit information or talk in front of the commissioners.
Yeah, that's a good, yeah. Yeah, so as Commissioner Birch just said, it's closed to public testimony, and we're kind of going off the rails of this current one, but where it's closed to public testimony, but you're welcome to sit and listen to us deliberate. It's just, we've heard all of the public testimony over several meetings, and we just ran out of time last time to have our deliberation. So we're using another meeting to do that deliberation. So if you are for that, unfortunately, your next opportunity will likely be with the Ada County Board of County Commissioners when that goes before them. But you're more than welcome to listen to us discuss it. I assume Robert Nettleton's a similar situation?
I think I signed the wrong sheet also.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to clarify that. I didn't want to, I just want to make sure everyone, is there anybody else in the crowd that would like to have testimony based on this current project? All right. Seeing no one else, we'll go ahead and no one online? No one online? Okay, just want to make sure. We'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff for additional questions and clarification for the commissioners. Do the commissioners have any questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman, before I forget, I would like to enter some of the exhibits into the record. So exhibit number 63 will be my presentation. Exhibit number 4 will be Mr. Clark's presentation. Exhibit number 65 will be the letter from Mr. Clark. And exhibit number 66 will be the September 22nd, 2023 letter from Alice.
And thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Murphy?
should we give Mr. Clark time to rebut? Has he?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's coming up. That's coming up. Yeah.
I've got questions when
Go ahead,
you're
Commissioner
ready. I wondered if you could go back to like a site plan or something, and I need to walk through the understanding of the zoning change that is being proposed and then the preliminary plat.
Sure. So I'll go to this one first. It's a little bit easier to see. So basically, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blutman, so basically the lots in phase one, the lots in phase two, and then the lots basically 7 through 12 in phase three are part of the rezoned RUT. The lot 13 block 2 is going to remain the current zoning designation as rural preservation, the RP zone.
Is it typical that we have a subdivision with two different zonings?
It can, yes. And so as Mr. Clark had mentioned, that the reason why they did that was that, it's Charlie's kind of semi-retiring. He's still going to have a few cows that he'll run on lot 13. And agricultural uses are an allowed use as an open space use. Agricultural use, which is what he'll be doing, is considered to be an open space type of use. And so because of that, they left that as rural preservation, because obviously if anybody was to further develop that in the future, then they would then need to come before the county and then get approval to rezone the property so that you could actually further redevelop that into a subdivision or whatnot. And so that was kind of the rationale of kind of why they chose to keep that as RP, was as more of a check. And I think as staff, we were supportive of that. I think I still remember we had a conversation with him about that. We were supportive of that proposal because it does allow for that. If this ever redeveloped, then you're going to have to go through that public hearing process. And then obviously we would, just like this process, we go through a public hearing in order for anybody to further redevelop that in the future.
So we've had some of these come through in southern Ada County. So theoretically, 20 years from now, whoever owns that lot could come forward and say, hey, based on what I know now, I want to rezone this to something else, and I want to put X number of houses in there. It'd be whatever would happen at that time.
It would, yes. It would happen in the future.
And then the zoning that is the rest of the property, the, not that block 2, is going to be RUT,
yeah.
and that allows how many houses per acre?
Basically, the minimum lot size in the RUT district is 5 acres.
And all of the lots that are identified are 5-acre lots.
They're at least 5 acres or greater. So I think the smallest lot is like 5.01, and then I think there's a lot that's in there that's, I think, in my notes, I think it was like a little over 10.94 acres is the biggest lot. So they range from 5.01 to 10.94 acres. So some are right near 5, and then some are a lot bigger than 5.
And is it typical, one more question, is it typical, like on this size of subdivision, that there would be some sort of public open space or something that the community gets in exchange for the change in density?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blutman, it really depends on the individual project. So a lot of times when we have the 5-acre lots, subdivisions, which you see kind of near Kuna or Meridian, usually, those don't have like an open space component, because typically when a property owner has 5 acres, they typically have enough land to kind of do a lot of the recreational activities that they want to do. So usually you don't necessarily have, pocket parks or things like that in there. Obviously with some of our more larger, like planned community applications, that's kind of where we, have more density or more homes, where we require, those public trails and things like that, because there is more of maybe an impact on the broader community. And so that is maybe a way to help, mitigate some of the impact on the broader community, is that, if we're having this larger planned community, then we're going to have public trails where the public then has the opportunity to access those trails. And so that's typically where we see more of those trail development in developments such as like Cartwright Ranch, Dry Creek Ranch, Avamore. Those are where we've kind of see more of those dedications of trails where the public could use those.
Thank you.
Chairman. I got one question. Brent, is Charlie's residence basically ended up being Lot 9, Block 1? Is that going to be what his residence will be at, or will?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Colson, Charlie's house, where it is now, is Lot 9, Block 1.
And he'll take access off the new road?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, with that being said, we invite the applicant back forward for a rebuttal. You will have 10 minutes for your rebuttal. Please, once again, state your name and address for the record.
Members of the commission, Heath Clark, 251 East Front Street in Boise, representing the applicant. So I'm going to break up my comments across kind of responding to the Foothills Association and then responding to our neighbor. So with regard to the Foothills, I heard four issues. First one was traffic, and as you've seen in the staff report and in ACHD's report, traffic's been reviewed, not determined to be a problem. With regard to fire, it's incorrect to say that North Ada County Fire has an issue with our plan. North Ada County Fire reviewed our plan, provided comments on it, approved it, gave us some additional direction with regard to our wildfire safety plan, and we're going to fully adhere to all of that. Views, again, this property is down below. We provided you with a view study report. We think we've adequately addressed that. It's not really a factor for this application, but obviously it comes up in the context of Foothills applications all the time. And then structural, it's conditioned appropriately with all the additional conditions that Brent put on there, where we have to have the geocheck review of every individual grading pad or building pad. And I just say, and I think Mr. Chair kind of hit on this, it's just, it is hard to have folks with Foothills homes say no one else can have a Foothills home. And so I hope that we'll look at this and just focus on the standards. With regard to our neighbors, I think it's important to give a little bit of history because some of that history was not correct. So if you go back and look at what happened when we were in front of Boise City Council, going into planning and zoning, we felt really good because we had an approval letter from the fire department. We had traffic approved by ACHD. We had Suez that approved our water. We had Public Works that approved our lift station. And that was going to be a temporary lift station because when Turtling's property develops, that flow will switch. It would go that way, but until then, there would be a temporary lift station. We had offered to cover the cost of that. And unfortunately, the city council decided not to go with what the agencies said. Now, the property, I was the applicant, the attorney for the applicant on several of the projects right next to it, Hackberry North, Hackberry Ranch, Hackberry Ridge. Like I had run all of those through Boise City before we got to Charlie's application. The issues there were the views. All of those got approved in large part because it's development within 5 minutes of downtown that's really needed. In this case, we couldn't get there. It was the temporary lift station that was the justification, but that hearing just happened to happen a couple months after the mayor had given a state of the city address where he said, we're not going to do Foothills development anymore. We don't want to do anymore. So in our view, we got caught in the politics, and those politics haven't changed since then, and I think that's pretty obvious. So we do believe that, you know, we had checked all the boxes back then, and it's just a matter that Boise City doesn't want this project to go. And so that's why we're here. Also, I guess a couple other thoughts with regard to the neighbor. The water tank for fire doesn't need to be shown on the plat. That's not a plat requirement. That's just something that we'll figure out with North Ada County Fire, make sure that they're happy with it. The utility access, sewer flows downhill. We're not going to be blocking anybody. If they were to develop their property and not take it downhill, they would have the same temporary lift station problem that we had when we were talking to the city of Boise, because they'd be pumping it even further all the way back up to Bogus Basin Road. And then I guess just in terms of what the incentives are here, the neighbors, you know, years and years ago demanded that Charlie give them a right of first refusal on the property, and he refused. Before we submitted this application, I received phone calls asking, saying we'd like to buy the property. Said, okay, go ahead and make an offer. Offer came, and I responded and said it was missing a zero. It was not an offer that contemplated what the property is actually worth. So unfortunately, I think that's where we're at. But overall, these are the kinds of issues that are just context. They're just the background. The real question for you as the Planning and Zoning Commission is, have we satisfied the standards for a rezone? And we think that we've done that, and we would ask for your recommendation of approval.
Any, any questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
When it became known that he's going to maintain cattle on there, one of the requirements by the Fish and Game was to have animal-friendly fencing. He's probably going to be the only one to have fencing because he has animals. What is he going to be able to do anything to meet that condition on that property?
That's a good question, Commissioner Wickstrom, and I'm happy. I understand that that's a condition of approval and not something that I'd really thought through on that side because I'd been focused on the residential side, which is where that's easy. But when it comes to cattle and keeping cattle in, the Fish and Game does have certain fencing types that they will allow in that kind of open range situation, and we're happy to go talk to those folks and make sure that we're doing something that is consistent with that.
One more question, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
go
Thank you. And last one would be, you've got a lot of conditions here. I mean, before you even start, I mean, to get the geotech approval, to get septic approval, wells that are going to be adequate out there for each lot. You've got a lot of hills to climb. Do you still feel confident about being able to push this forward?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Wickstrom. So I'm kind of my background is that I do a lot of large planned communities. I'm pretty used to seeing 100+ conditions on applications. So this one, didn't shock me at all. As I'm looking at those conditions of approval, I'm looking at just a very, you heard Brent during his presentation. This is a very detailed planner who came up with a very detailed set of conditions that we're happy with, as I mentioned, with just that minor tweak on the fire plan. We have been working on the development of this site for most of a decade. We know where the water is. We've got a very good feeling for what the geotechnical is. We know largely what Central District Health is going to require for septic. So we do feel very comfortable that we can jump through all those hoops.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Blitman?
I've harped on this a couple times. I wondered if you could talk about when people come to the foothills, they do go through gates and they do go places that we don't want them to go. So have you thought about having a structured, this is where we want people to go so that you won't have to be fighting them at every juncture? So like creating some public trails through the property, around the property, on the roads, so that the recreational traffic is directed in a certain way. And maybe you've done that on some of your other subdivisions that you can comment on.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blitman, so generally when that comes up, it's when you are, so for example, at Dry Creek Ranch, you're connecting to an existing trail system either on the north with Avamore or on the south with the bike park or that sort of thing. In this case, there's not really an existing trail system to connect to. And so I think it would just be your typical private property rights. Make sure you've got your fence up appropriately and make sure that people know, where they should be and where they shouldn't. But I'm not aware of anything that would be pulling people into this property in particular that we would need to have signage for example. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just wondered if you were open to establishing some walkways for the public as a trade-off.
Commissioner Blitman, there's not really I think you heard my client's response on that, so that's probably where I should stop. But in my mind, there's not really a great opportunity for that either. You'd really be talking about folks coming off of Bogus Basin Road and dropping in. There's not really another connection that I'm aware of. So
okay,
I'd leave it at that.
Any additional questions? I do have a question, and actually it's probably going to be more directed towards Mr. Danielson or Leon specifically. And I know it's kind of, it came up because of something he said, or something Commissioner Wickstrom said specifically. And on this fencing issue, we're not changing the zoning of that small plot of his, correct? So would the fencing apply to that, the recommendations, or does that only apply to the neighborhood? Is that correct? I'm just kind of.
Mr. Chairman, I think it could apply, to this so basically the fencing is going to be a part of the CC&R, so the subdivision. So if the lot is included as part of the CC&Rs, then it would apply.
I see.
And as Mr. Clark had stated, there is, fencing that is both kind of cattle, livestock friendly and, livestock, hold-in livestock, but is also wildlife friendly.
Deer can jump over.
So you can definitely work with Iowa Department of Fish and Game to find an appropriate fencing type that would accomplish both objectives.
Okay. Sorry, I knew it's kind of a weird break in protocol. That came up and I was like, it was an interesting question I had, so. Okay, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair, and for what it's worth, I believe Fish and Game's comments were really driven toward the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I
think
assume
you're right
so
about
too.
that. But we're happy to do some more digging on that and make sure that that's what they intended.
Okay. All right, seeing no additional questions, we thank you so much for your testimony. Sorry, were you going one?
I wondered if we could put up the slide that had the condition.
Yeah, that's gonna be a
Just, we
beast.
might-
That's gonna be a beast.
We
of
might
a
need,
recommendal.
we might need that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, we're now ready to close the public testimony portion of the meeting with respect to this project and open the floor to the commissioners. I'd like to see a motion in favor or against the project, and then we'll discuss. So, one of my fellow commissioners, Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, I move the commission recommend approval of project 202402657 ZC-DA-S-HD-PR to the board, subject to conditions, the long list of conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A and preliminary plat dated 2024, December.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Wickstrom has seconded. Commissioner Murphy, do you want to speak on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a piece of ground, that's been in the family for a long time. He's developing it. He has many hurdles that he's been through. Boise declined to annex. It seems like there's been offers on the place. This is this gentleman's property, his familial, ancestral, if you will, ground, and I applaud him for maintaining the rural character and giving options to those who appreciate to enjoy outdoor space up there. I see, the well, there's a lot of conditions, like I said, but this has been being looked at for, I think Mr. Clark said, about 10 plus years. So I'm sure they have a plan, especially with the knowledge that Mr. Gibson brings to the table here. And while I can understand having a new development in your neighborhood, having gone down that process myself can be agitating. But who knows? You just might find a good group of neighbors there who, will help you out. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Wickstrom, do you want to speak?
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, there's all of the conditions seem to cover everything that could potentially be a problem. The fire safety, the hillside development form has been submitted. The geotech on every lot is going to be redone, replacing the old one. I guess it's 21 homes in there. And if you look around just down the road, there's those more dense developments just even right across the street from them. There's just the three houses that are on that they're on very small lots. I understand, that there's, I kind of leave it up to the market to a certain point where if somebody wants to actually buy one of those lots and build on it, they're going to accept the risk. They know there's going to be a fire hazard. They know there's going to be settlement problems unless they construct and engineer those houses correctly. I kind of leave it up to them. If they plot it out and nobody's interested in that, well then nobody's going to build up there then. So just leave it up to the market at that point. And the applicant has been required to do a lot of hoops, jump through a lot of hoops here to get this going.
Thank you, Commissioner Wickstrom. Any additional comments? Commissioner Colson?
Thank you. I think it's a great project. I think that the applicant has been going through a lot as far as throughout the years, and I'm big on property rights, and I think he's gave up a ton of concessions. I mean, there's been documentation that he could be going for a lot more than 21 lots, and I think he's trying to hold the property to kind of give the same feel that's already there. And I think it's a great development. I think he's taken a lot of things in consideration for everybody. And yeah, he's got a lot of hurdles to go through, and I don't see a problem with them hurdling. As far as the geotech stuff and everything else like that, I've been in construction a long time. I've built on way worse side hill stuff than that. And engineering and everything else like that, the ability that it will be. And Commissioner Wickstrom is correct. It's the person that buys that lot, it's their risk. You know, they're gonna have engineers, that have to develop what needs to be developed. All in all, I think it's great. And he's been there for his family's been there for 60, 70, 80 years, and I think he has the right. Everybody else has moved up to him on his development. Why shouldn't he be able to do the same thing if that's what he wants to do? It's his property. That's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner Colson. Any additional comments? Commissioner Birch?
I would normally defer to the views of the municipality when it's in their area of impact. But in this case, staff has repeatedly said that they believe that those concerns can be addressed. And the applicant has also made a good case for why perhaps the city has not acted in good faith. And therefore, I agree with Commissioner Colson. I think this is going to be a great project, and I support it.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. Commissioner Blitman?
Thank you very much. I too agree that the project is well documented, well done. The conditions are well listed, and this is a thorough analysis of this project. And I do believe in personal property rights, but I do believe that when the commissioners are being asked to do a zoning change, that's different than this is my personal property and this is what I want to build on it. We're asking for a change in zoning. And I've been on this commission for several years, and we've had lots of properties come in southern Ada County that were 2-acre lots, 5-acre lots, and now we can't get sewer to any of those properties because they're too far away. And that illustrates how hard it is when we have these 5-acre lots, 2-acre lots, 5-acre lots adjacent to the city where there is city services. And so I would really prefer that this be attached to city services for both the sewer and the water. And I would really prefer that there be more, or at least some addressing of community trailway systems, or some way that the community can get something out of the zoning change. So while I think the project is a good project and well done, those two issues make it hard for me to vote yes, in light of what the city of Boise has said.
Thank you, Commissioner Blitman. Any additional comments? I will just say, as I've always said, I tend to defer to the experts. We have engineers for a reason that tell us this is solid. We have inspectors for fire and people who are experts in fire tell us that this is good, and we defer to them. As much as we often contend with ACHD on some of their ideas, they are the experts in highway, so we tend to defer to them just like they defer to us when it comes to zoning and planning. So that's what I see in this case. And as I just repeat, there's a huge amount of hurdles here, and I have not constructed like Commissioner Colson has. So when I look at these hurdles, I'm like, ooh, I don't know if they're going to be able to do this, but I want to give them the chance to do it. And I just want to address that there's a bit of hypocrisy coming out of the city of Boise here with their fire, as if they're saying they're going to be burdened with this agreement that they have, as if Ada County Fire doesn't respond to the hundreds of fires in Boise City who have huge amounts more fires to deal with than the Foothills does. So them throwing it kind of in the county's face saying, hey, our fire's got to respond to this. Okay, yeah, well, our fire responds to your stuff too, just like Ada Sheriff responds to Boise Police. That's why we share these things. And I just feel that that kind of grinded my gears a little bit, that they would try to make that assertion that we can't respond because it's out of our purview and such. Well, you guys, Boise City has way more of a load that Ada County responds to than vice versa. So with that being said, just looking at the maps and stuff, I agree. I think it's going to be a fine project. It's not even the furthest one deep in the mountain into the foothills. We see those ones like Hidden Springs, Avamore, the other one, the ones up, whatever, past the golf course, Quail Hall or whatever. So I agree. I think with the conditions of approval that we've implemented, it will be a good project. And I commend Mr. Danielson and Mr. Letson for their work on this. This is a huge lift, it seems. So any final comments, Commissioner Blitman?
I'm wondering if Commissioner Murphy included these conditions in his motion or if they were excluded.
I think he was part of it when he said the Exhibit A, correct?
Chairman, Commissioners, as long as you make note of the underlined text as being included, as long as that's clear from Murphy, I do feel like maybe it might be worth restating and having that seconded if that's what was your intent. But
no, that's a good point, Commissioner Blitman. Yeah, if you'd like to do that, Commissioner Murphy, make you do some extra work. Just restate and say, basically, with the underlined portions pertaining to North Ada County Fire and Rescue.
Okay.
So that way we can capture that.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Murphy.
based upon the findings and fact and conclusion of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, I make a motion to the commission recommend approval of project number 202-402-657, ZC-DA-S-HD-PR to the board, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A. In addition, the underline pertaining to North Ada Fire and preliminary plat dated December 2024.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Wickstrom has seconded. Any additional discussion or comments that anyone would like to make on this before we go to a vote? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take this to a vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Murphy's motion say aye.
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 Also say aye. All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
The vote passes 5-1. Thank you so much to everyone with regard to that. If there's any objection from my fellow commissioners, I'll go ahead and take a call for a recess for about 5-ish minutes before we move in. 10 minutes? 10-minute recess before we move into the discussion on the code. So recess for 10 minutes. Be back at 8:10 p.m.
Sir, can I say one thing?
Sure.
Absolutely.
These two guys
So our recess has come to a close. Before we move on to the board's discussion, the commission's discussion on the plans or the change in Ada County zoning code and whatnot, we do have somewhat of a break in the protocol. Totally fine, though. We have a gentleman here that would like to just get 3 minutes to speak on the Blue Sky project that we had already. I'm fine with him coming forward and speaking. Understand, though, for this person, the vote has happened and the record is closed. So if you would like to take any further steps past your 3 minutes just to talk here and be on the YouTube video and whatnot, you'd have to submit an appeal officially. So go ahead, come forward. You can state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on that so we can listen.
Thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity. We were caught in traffic, but anyway, I'll keep this very brief. My name's Todd Varland. I live at 2807 West Homer Road. And anyway, I didn't hear any of the discussion about Blue Sky, but I wanted to bring something more important, what I feel, to this important, process and body is our ability as a community to speak pro or con on different topics. And my concern in the letter that I shared was sent to myself and a bunch of other folks that testified a couple years ago against Blue Sky. And we got letters, cease and desist letters from the Blue Sky's purported lawyers. And it really sent a chilling effect through the community. And doing a little research, I learned that the Idaho legislature and the governor just signed a few weeks ago a new law in Idaho, because Idaho is a little lagging, basically making it frowned upon for applicants to engage in this kind of behavior. So I just wanted you to all be aware, because we have these forums to bring the community together and discuss it and hash things out and move on. And it just felt like this was really over the top. And so I just wanted to come and just make you all aware of it, because I think this is something that we want to really avoid and allow this process and your good work to continue. That's all, and I can take any questions.
Thank you so much. It's good for you to bring that to our attention so we're aware of it in the future. Do we have any commissioners have any questions for this gentleman?
I'll just make a comment. I really appreciate you coming forward and bringing that letter, even after the fact. That's a lot of energy on your part, so.
Yeah, for sure.
Great.
Commissioner Wickstrom?
We were just discussing how we're surprised there wasn't at least some opposition to their review. Were there others in your neighborhood that may have wanted to show up tonight, or?
Well, I've spoke personally to a few, and because of this chilling effect, they didn't want to come. And the other thing is, I think the notice process is not really great. I only found out about this that this was happening tonight from a neighbor yesterday, because there's a little tiny yellow post like outside there. I guess the notification process for neighbors is, I don't know, not really the best. That's my opinion. So I think there is a combination of lack of awareness. And then I spoke to several people that said specifically to me they weren't going to come tonight because they just didn't want to deal with being possibly sued.
Okay. Thank you so much for bringing that to our attention. We appreciate it. Again, if there's any further actions you would take, because we've already voted and closed it, you'd have to do it through the appeal process. And Mr. Letson probably would help you with that if necessary, so.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for.
I guess, what is your opposition to Blue Sky Farm?
We don't generally, I'll just speak for myself, not for the neighbors. We don't generally have a problem with Blue Sky. It's typically the music and serving of alcohol. And, I have some hearsay information that, both those things are going on. But again, I generally don't have a problem with it or with them. It just the whole way that this has gone down, it's the First Amendment problem that I have at this time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
May I?
Commissioner Murphy.
Todd?
Yeah.
How far do you live away from the closest border of Blue Sky? Because I think, Mr. Letson, what is it, 1,000 foot away out there that people get notices?
Chairman Commissioners, it's 300 feet.
Oh,
from the
300
RUC
feet. Okay,
districts.
300 feet. So do you live closer than that?
Yeah, we live, it's a bowl. and we live kind of up the bowl. We're probably 1,000 feet.
Okay, so that's probably why you didn't get.
Oh, yeah, I'm
enough,
sure
but
it's nothing other than, the rule.
Right.
I guess my opinion would be
maybe expand that, right?
expand that
Okay.
a little bit.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Appreciate your.
yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if I'm not going to do a directive, but if the staff wants to take these comments into consideration, because this is one of the first times that we've had people come back on the conditional use in terms of the signage and the notice.
Chairman, Commissioner, I mean, it's, the decision's been made at this point. I think Mr. Scott's identified the way forward, which would be an appeal to the board. And, the cease and desist order is not something that we typically get involved with, and I've had no chance to
Yeah.
review this. And I don't know if it's germane to the decision you made tonight, but as I stated in my presentation, if we were going to modify conditions, that would require just a whole new public hearing and renoticing and all of that, so.
I'm not talking about those conditions. I'm talking about our process,
The noticing,
the noticing, the same kind of signs that we have to have for other things.
yeah, thank you. We'll look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something to check out.
All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to our final unfinished business. This is the item number 2024-02581-ZOA. This is Ada County Development Services. So just some broad guidance and rules of what's going to happen here. This is something that I personally have never done before. So I asked my fellow commissioners to keep me in check on this. Understand that the public testimony is closed. You're more than welcome to sit and listen, but because we've had several of these, we didn't have the time to deliberate and come to a decision, and that's what this is for this evening, is for us to deliberate and decide the way ahead. This would be a recommendation going to the Board of County Commissioners, so if you want additional time to speak, that will be your time to speak before them, because they will be the final decision makers on this. Again, I understand when it comes to staff, we're just asking procedural questions. We're going to parse this up, correct? Keep me honest here.
I'm ready to make a motion whenever.
Yeah, we're going to parse this up, yeah.
One more thing, Chairman.
Yeah.
I wasn't present for the last meeting, but I have reviewed all the notes, and it won't change any of my decision-making.
Okay. Thank you for that, Commissioner Colson. Commissioner Blitman.
Commissioner, Chairman, I'm moving that this commission, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained therein, I move that we recommend the approval of project number 2024-02581-ZOA to the board, with the understanding that we're going to have lots of conversations about the amendments.
Correct, yes. I do have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. So just procedurally, we've got that out of the way so we can finally have a discussion. So Commissioner Blitman, would you like to kick off your discussion since it was your motion
Yeah.
to discuss the first topic you'd like to talk about?
I really appreciate the work that everybody's put into this and the public hearings and the extra hearings that they did. So I really appreciate what a monster this has been for our planning and zoning staff. So thank you very much for all of your energy, effort, and caring, and I feel like everything's been carefully done. I'd like to talk about the zoning, where if it's zoned commercial, whether or not you can put in multifamily housing. I'd like to talk about that issue first. And if we remember, this issue came up in south part of the county near the corner of Lake Hazel and 5 Mile. And so there's a piece of commercial property that our current zone doesn't allow multifamily property in commercial property, and the people in that area want it to be commercial. And this, one of the aspects of the zoning change was to change it so that if you had a commercial piece of property, it could automatically include multifamily. And the neighbors came out in huge numbers, mostly related to that particular piece of property, and that we don't want to change. And so I'm in favor of not changing the code, of keeping the code the way it is currently, where if you have a commercial piece of property, you have to go through the process to get it zoned for multifamily.
So would you propose an amendment to keep the code the same in that situation? I'm just using that Rogers rules and such. I just want to make sure that if that's the first topic we're going to address, do we want to go with an amendment? And perhaps Leon, on that procedurally, do we want to go with an amendment for that and then discuss that specifically?
I think
or-
his change, I think his stuff includes
Yeah.
that being changed, but they're recommending that it not be changed.
Okay.
So I'm recommending that it matches what the staff's recommending.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, so you're not disagreeing with staff?
I'm
Okay.
agreeing with staff.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Murphy?
Real quick, just on a little quick point of order. While we'll continue this conversation, I was thinking maybe it might be possible for us to think about what order we want to do this. I'm sure there are more people here for a certain topic, probably solar, I would say, and maybe we could have a vote to determine what topic gets discussed next as to.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll stick with this topic since it's opened up, but then going forward, we'll take a vote on.
Okay, thank you.
Again, this is new to me, so bear with me on this. So, all right. So currently, we're discussing the commercial zoning that the staff recommends not changing. Does anyone have any additional comments with regard to that? Commissioner Colson.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm looking at this and I'm out in the market a lot. And what I'm seeing, we'll take the 5 Mile and Lake Hazel, for instance. I know the area very well, old stomping grounds. My concern would be, like, especially if we're looking at that type of land use where we did have a massive turnout for wanting commercial and not residential. And the fact is that commercial and residential mimic each other. They feed off of each other. So the more residential that is there, the commercial will then support. Normally how economics growth goes is normally the commercial is slowing down, residential goes up. When residential has gotten to a certain point in that area, the commercial starts coming in. And I'm looking at that area and I'm looking at, I don't know if this will, I just want to give this kind of advice of what I see out there. And we'll take that, for instance, yeah, they want commercial, but I look at it as residential as well. You take that area farther south, which is more towards Cuna, those are mostly bigger acre lots. You're looking at 1 to 2 acre lots, which it takes a lot more coverage to warrant that commercial. And people, commercial developers and stuff, are not going to come in there unless the numbers provided will actually sustain that. And I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's a great idea to have the ability with commercial and multifamily. And the reason is one, for affordability for people, because unfortunately with the highest housing prices and everything else that's going up in this valley, most people aren't able to afford housing. And so what I'm seeing is a lot more multifamily coming up, but then you're seeing a lot more small commercial. People are wanting businesses and offices, and the thing is people are working from home. So the idea of having commercial underneath and having lofts or whatever above, I think is a great thing. Now, whether we do that to where it is changed in a zoning or it doesn't apply to commercial zoning, I'm just making that statement of what I see out there, and how do we accommodate that to make it being such a massive undertaking. Oh, well, no, I got to chop this up to be that. Well, we want both, and and so that's what I'm seeing out there. So I would rather see, multifamily, in my opinion, tied into with the commercial, because I think that's where it's going.
Thank you, Commissioner Colson. Any additional comments on that, Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, you are seeing a lot of the multifamily in commercial. I know right on the corner of Eagle and State, they just put up one of these type of units, and it's kind of like a mini city kind of wannabe type of unit. It's almost like kind of bringing the city into the suburbs is what it feels like. And I don't know if people want it more than because the State and Eagle location is still vacant. And I think they finished about 2 or 3 months ago. But I don't know if it's that people want it. I think it's just the new trend or fashion for certain people because it's worked in other localities or other states or cities or regions. It seems to me like I would prefer, and I'll echo this later on probably, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a useful situation where this would apply correctly and where this might make the most sense. But just an outright permittal without questions from the public or debate from the public about kind of what's going on. I think a rezone is perfectly appropriate if the situation looks good, but just an outright permit, I don't know. It just seems like it silences the public's voice at that point for something that is just going to cause more traffic, more this, more that. Anyway, those are my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Any additional comments?
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I follow along with Commissioner Blitman that to get a rezone, if instead of using commercial to get residential in there, come in, rezone it to something that's high-density residential. I agree with staff's recommendation to remove that from the ordinance and return to what it was before. But have them come in and rezone it.
Any additional comments?
Actually, if I could.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Letson, there's a mixed-use zoning, that's what it'd be mix of residential and commercial. So we do have a zoning that would accommodate that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we don't have a mixed-use zone. We have zoning that allows residential or commercial into a zone like the R20 or R12. There are some limited commercial uses that could go into the higher density residential. But there aren't any residential uses that can go into the commercial, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And that's I'm glad you asked that because that was a question I was going to ask is, I feel like this kind of broadens our ability so we have commercial, we have residential, but now we have the ability to determine the residential and commercial, and it still comes before us is my thing.
My understanding is that this change, that the staff originally had proposed a change, but then after the public comment, they're like, no, we're not going to change it.
Okay.
So this isn't creating a new zone or doing anything different. We're just returning the recommendation back to the way it is now, which means that if somebody wants to build multifamily in a commercial property, they have to come through a zoning change and change it to a residential zoning.
But then I was going to say, but I feel like there is a potential for residential and commercial on the same site.
Oh, yeah, and that's what this particular property had, residential and commercial on the same site.
I remember that when because we denied it. I remember that for sure.
But I was on the side that voted for it.
Yeah. So yeah, my thing is the more broader we can make the zoning in a way that's like we have commercial, we have residential, we have like what Leon was saying is a mixed use. I understand the public comments on that, and I think they hyper-focused on the fact that a lot of them did come out from my neck of the woods, out of like Charter Point and stuff. But I think that it gives us an opportunity to make an additional decision, instead of just saying, no, this doesn't fit. Well, actually, this could fit, maybe not for this spot, but as a board, we can make that decision independently for each location. Maybe it doesn't work for Lake Hazel and 5 Mile, which I don't think it did per se, but it could work for somewhere else. So I just want that, I think that opportunity to have that might be helpful. But again, it's not like a hill I'm going to die on here for that. So just kind of my 2 cents.
And we're just the recommending
Yeah, we're
body,
just recommend-
so it's, that's the other thing. We're just the recommending body. I don't know, I'm just looking at it, making it easier, whatever's easiest for not only the public to be able to understand, and as well as easiest for staff to be able to filter through and everything else like that. And I think a lot of public can get not understanding of, oh, hey, I want to do this, or hey, I want to do that. And there's so many of these different variables and stuff like that, that's where I'm looking at, trying to make it simpler, you know, in my opinion, or you guys can look at it as options or whatnot. But I mean, don't get me wrong, staff is phenomenal on what they do, but if we can make it simpler, and ultimately you're saving the taxpayer less money, you know, you're saving them more money, you know, in that aspect as well, and providing a better service in case, more options.
We have any additional discussion? Commissioner Wicks? Commissioner Wicks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think also just as far as being consistent in zoning, you already have areas out there that were zoned commercial and they have commercial properties on them. And now you've got a situation where you could have commercial, and you're going to have a high density apartment usually was going to be right in the midst of it.
But then you could go through and, oh, no, I got to split this and put this part as this zoning, this part of that zoning, and everything else like that. I'm just, I don't know. I mean, again, we're just they're going to be able to hear all our testimony, and I think I'm just looking at it like, okay, I got this chunk of 30 acres, but okay, this 10 is going to be this. We're going to put this as this zone. Then we're going to zone this part. Then we're going to zone this part. Well, now it's, oh, okay, hey, we can look at it as I'll put it under one collective. You know, is kind of how I'm looking at it. Which instead of them having to go through, staff having to go through and being like, okay, we're gonna do the paperwork for this guy, the paperwork for this, and the paperwork for this, when it gives it a broad spectrum if it fits, right? I mean, if it doesn't fit, then there's those other ones that we already have, and everything else like that. I mean, again, I'm just trying to throw out ideas that, the actual commissioners will, might help, I guess, in the grand scheme of things.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just real quick, the change to remove that was as a result of public input about that particular issue.
Sure.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, so just to be clear, we're looking at multifamily housing allowed in LO C1 and C2 districts as conditional use. So that would mean that the commissioners the Board of County Commissioners would have no input on that unless there was an appeal, right? So, I mean, sometimes they need to have input on these things, and so that's why, personally, I think it should remain just as a straight up rezone as opposed to a conditional use, which makes it it takes it out of their purview also a little bit to a certain extent.
Any additional comments? Okay, so based on that, I believe.
Maybe we should call for a vote.
Yeah, call for a vote on the amendment to the original motion to approve. So that's what that would be. And Commissioner Blitman, if you would like, since it was your.
Yeah, I guess I would say that I move that our commission agree with the staff's recommendation to keep the existing code as it relates to the uses that are allowed in commercial zonings. Is that?
Eric, Commissioner Blum, that's a bit broader than what there might be some other uses in that.
Okay.
You might want to be specific to multifamily housing, which
Okay,
I think was
specific to multifamily housing.
Okay. So.
I'd have to go find the.
So the broader motion, I guess the broader motion would be, not the broader motion, but the more specific motion would be to just agree with staff that would be the easy motion?
that'd be
Okay,
good.
so.
On that one.
Because I'm trying to take notes for this, and I know there's going to be a record as well, but, so this specific one, it'll be, the motion will be to agree with staff, and we'll vote to agree with staff or not agree for those of us voting in that regard. So is that clear for everyone?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Letson, could you reread what staff has said without asking a new question. This is
Yeah.
just
Sure.
accessing the
I'm
record.
trying to stay out of your conversation as much as I can. Chairman, Commissioners, so in summary, the proposal had been to allow multifamily housing in the commercial districts, LO, C1 and C2 with a conditional use permit. Staff has since retracted that recommendation based on a lot of public input. And so what's before you would be agreeing with staff to not allow multifamily housing in the LO, C1 and C2 districts.
Okay. Everyone clear then on that? We're good? All right. So we have a motion from Commissioner Blitman to vote on what Mr. Letson said. Do we have a second? Commissioner Wickstrom has seconded. We'll go ahead and bring that to this specific section to a vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Blitman's motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
I meant to say, I was going to say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, we're good.
And I also say aye. So just for that, we'll go ahead for that specific one. We will keep that. All right. So next item, and understanding Commissioner Murphy's request for a vote on the next major items. As I understand it, some of the major items we're looking at obviously is the solar one. I feel like that's probably the big one. So if the commission will indulge me, I'll just go ahead and bring that one to the vote for potential. So I'll just, as chair, make a motion to move the discussion on solar to the forefront so we can move forward on that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Birch has seconded. All those in favor of moving that to the forefront, say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. Seeing no one, seeing no. All right, we'll go ahead and bring that forward to discuss the solar. Commissioner Birch, you had something you'd like to discuss?
Yes, Commissioner Scott, I would like to address this matter. And I will just say, for the benefit of those present, that I'm actually going to read my comments. I hate it when people do that, but I'm reading them for a couple of reasons. One, I'm somewhat under the weather. Number two is my comments will go into the public record. When I'm finished reading them, I will hand them to staff, and then staff can include them. So when this comes before the Board of County Commissioners, they will have the comments exactly as I've given them. I've got some exhibits here that I'm going to pass out, and I will have Mr. Letson put those on the overhead so those people in attendance can see them.
Overhead, wow.
The overhead, yeah, boy, we're getting high tech now. Yeah, exactly right.
Fifth grade.
Commissioners, I'll just state that these exhibits are from the Ada County Comprehensive Plan, and all, that is referenced as an exhibit to the record, one of the documents reviewed by staff. So just want to clarify the issue of outside record moving into the, items outside of the record moving into the discussion tonight.
Yeah, so this is already a part of the record. We're just using it as an.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the entire Ada County Comprehensive Plan
Yeah,
is a exhibit to the record, so Mr. Birch will be able to reference specifically portions of that. So, sorry, I'm doing this. Boy, that's confusing. Where?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
All right. So since our discussion about this matter a month ago, I've been trying to think of how to present my position on the matter without getting into the weeds. I think I can do so with some visual aids. As you recall, a modification to the change proposed by staff to the current Ada County Code was introduced at the meeting by members of the public opposed to the use of farmland for commercial solar facilities. The modification provides as follows. Section 8-4-54 C2C2 shall read as follows. Solar facilities shall not be located on farmland of local importance, farmland of statewide importance, or prime farmland. The definition of prime farmland shall read as follows. Prime farmland. Prime farmland is land that has the best combination of physical and chemical characteristics for producing food, feed, forage, fiber, and oilseed crops, and that is available for these uses. Prime farmland can be determined using resources provided by the United States Department of Agriculture Natural Resources Conservation Service. A new definition of farmland of statewide importance shall be added as follows. Farmland of statewide importance. Farmland of statewide importance is land that, in addition to prime farmland, is of statewide importance for the production of food, feed, fiber, forage, oilseed crops, and/or raising livestock, and that is available for any one or more of such uses. Farmland of statewide importance can be determined using resources provided by the United States Department of Agriculture Natural Resources Conservation Service. Finally, a new definition shall be added of farmland of local importance as follows. Farmland of local importance. Farmland of local importance is land that has similar characteristics to farmland of statewide importance, but is determined to be farmland of local importance by the governing body of the county. I support the modification, and I will explain why. At the end of 2016, the Ada County 2025 Comprehensive Plan was adopted, which plan has been amended in various ways about 20 times since its adoption. The plan was a collaborative effort involving the Board of County Commissioners, the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission, and a vast number of staff and consultants as shown on the 2 acknowledgement pages of the plan. As the name of the plan indicates, it described in 2016 where Ada County should be in our current year, 2025, and how to make it so. Goal 2.4 of the plan states, protect agricultural activities from land use conflicts or undue interference created by existing or proposed residential, commercial, or industrial development. The term industrial use is defined in the plan as the manufacture, processing, and/or testing of goods and materials, including the production of power. It does not refer to the growing of agricultural crops, the raising of livestock, or the extraction or severance of raw materials, unquote. Goal 2.5 of the plan states, continue to support the agriculture, industry, and preservation of agricultural land in rural, unincorporated parts of Ada County. In the introduction in the plan to the Future Land Use Plan map, the plan provides as follows. Generally, future development in rural portions of unincorporated Ada County should be minimized in accordance with the location criteria provided in Table 1, the goals and policies of this chapter, and underlining zoning. Land use categories in rural, unincorporated portions of Ada County are intended to maintain the open rural character, protect environmentally sensitive areas, support recreational uses, conserve agricultural lands, and minimize potential conflicts with agricultural activities. Irrigated agricultural land is defined in the plan as agricultural uses that normally receive or, and this is important, have the potential to receive irrigation by artificial means to supplement natural rainfall. And non-irrigated agricultural land is described as agricultural uses that only receive water by natural rainfall. Page B, if you'll put that up, in the materials that you have, is the existing land use map that was included in the 2016 plan. The plan labels the dark green areas as irrigated agriculture and the greenish yellow areas as non-irrigated agriculture. Page C, if you could go to page C, of your materials is the future land use map that was included in the plan. Appendix A of the plan contained the following statement regarding agricultural land in Ada County. Currently, most agricultural lands are located in the northwestern part of Ada County, around Star and Cuna. Agriculture was common in most of northern Ada County in the past, but development in Boise, Garden City, and Meridian has meant much of that land has been converted to other land uses, mostly residential, unquote. Appendix A also contains a chart showing a precipitous drop in the amount of farmland in Ada County of approximately 40% from the year 2000 to the year 2014. What the plan did not anticipate was the furious pace of development in Ada County from 2016 to 2025, particularly south of the interstate. Eagle and Star have also expanded to further reduce farmland in the county. As an example, the future land use map still shows farmland in the Cuna area, north and south between Columbia and Deer Flat, and east and west between Locust Grove and Meridian Road, much of which has now been converted into extensive new residential subdivisions. New commercial and industrial development has also been rampant in the area shown as agricultural land on the future land use map along Cunamora Road, as is well known to this body, which has been called upon to approve such projects. The reduction in the amount of farmland in Ada County since the 2025 comprehensive plan was adopted in 2016 has been dramatic. The proposed amendment to the Ada County Code submitted by the public last month includes 3 of the 4 USDA categories of farmland and provides that such farmland cannot be converted to use for industrial solar projects. Those categories are prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, and farmland of local importance. At the present time, there is no farmland of local importance in Ada County, although the inclusion of such category allows the Board of County Commissioners to so designate additional protected farmland if they should choose to do so at some future time. As shown on the plan's future land use map and in the text of the document, the Ada County 2025 Comprehensive Plan set forth the means and desire to protect farmland that the proposed amendment to the Ada County Code describes as prime farmland and farmland of statewide importance. We know this because of how the plan defines prime agricultural land, not using the USDA definition, but as follows. Agricultural land prime is, quote, land that is particularly well suited to agricultural purposes due to characteristics which shall include soil type, irrigation soil capability class 1, 2, or 3, access to an existing irrigation system, and slope less than 5%. In addition, either of the following must be present. 1, compatibility with adjacent uses, majority of parcels contiguous to the subject property, and/or 2, more than 40 acres of land with irrigation soil capacity class 1, 2, or 3, unquote. Class 2 soils are soils that have moderate limitations affecting their use, and Class 3 soils have limitations that further restrict the type of plants that can be grown on such soils. Neither of those would be in the USDA definition of prime farmland, but are in the definition of farmland of statewide importance. The farmland shown on the plan's land use maps combines the USDA categories of prime farmland and farmland of statewide importance. The stated policy, 2.5B, in Appendix B of the plan titled Prime Agricultural Land, says, support the conservation of prime agricultural land and irrigated farmland in collaboration with landowners using available tools at the local, state, and federal level, unquote. Further, the area shown on the future land use map as agricultural irrigated and agricultural non-irrigated corresponds almost exactly to areas shown as both prime farmland and farmland of statewide importance on the soils classification map for Ada County prepared by the United States Department of Agriculture Natural Resources Conservation Service. This map appears as page D in your materials. And you can see my handwritten scribbles, by the way, on there, and I will explain what those scribbles are. The yellow that you see is prime farmland. The dark green and orange are included as farmland of statewide importance, and that is the light orange, not the dark orange. And when you look at the map, it appears that that there is a lot of farmland included as farmland of statewide importance, but that is deceptive. Because, as the comprehensive plan notes in Appendix A, one of the largest barriers to agriculture in Ada County is water, as almost all types of farming requires irrigation. Another obstacle is the limits on agriculture in protected areas. For example, just 22%, or 29,618, of the acres identified as prime farmland, and that's lowercase prime farmland, are used for farming. 76,467 acres, or 57% of prime farmland, are not used for agriculture, but have not been developed as such, as much of this land is located within the Snake River Birds of Prey National Conservation Area, and therefore cannot be farmed, unquote. The majority of other areas shown in yellow are occupied by residential developments in the cities within the county. That leaves only the areas primarily shown by cross-hatching on the map as remaining agricultural land that the county showed in the 2025 comprehensive plan as needing to be conserved and protected. And so that area, if you look at where it says birds of prey, is to the left of that. If you look north of the birds of prey area, that is the area of Cuna that is close to the foothills south of Cuna. There's a little bit over on the far western side of the county, immediately to the left of that. But otherwise, you can see what's going on with Star, Eagle, Meridian, and Boise. Any of those yellow areas are primarily now residential developments rather than agricultural lands. The double cross-hatching that you see is the non-irrigated agricultural land over to the far right on that map. A question was raised in our meeting last month as to why the former Powers Butte project in the far southwestern part of the county seems to be a matter of considerable interest in this discussion. There are multiple reasons for concern and opposition by residents of the area, among which is the loss of a substantive portion of farmland. If you look at the relatively small amount of irrigated farmland on page E, which is the next page, of your material showing future land use, the area of the Powers Butte project, marked generally with an X, which between Ada and Canyon counties would occupy approximately 2,400 acres, is a significant portion of the remaining farmland in Ada County that the 2025 comprehensive plan identified for protection and conservation. There was discussion at the meeting last month from some of the large-scale solar proponents about the supposed temporary nature of industrial solar projects on farmland, suggesting that upon decommissioning, the land could be returned to viable farmland. At best, that would be only a theoretical possibility, as even the solar developer could not cite any large-scale projects that were returned to farmland. For the reasons given by local farmers who testified at last month's meeting, once the use of the land as farmland is discontinued for any significant period of time, the cost of restoration would be financially prohibitive. Not only would the characteristics of the soil have deteriorated, any equipment used for farming, including irrigation lines, pivots, and so forth, would likely need to be replaced. As if that were not bad enough, and it is, a local state soil scientist at the United States Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources Conservation Service commented that if the supports for the solar panels would be set in concrete, which is usually the case, then the ability and expense to restore the soil for use as farmland, if even possible, would be magnified. While an industrial solar project may be temporary, assuming that a span of decades can be considered temporary, the loss of the farmland that once existed underneath the solar farm is effectively permanent. There's yet another reason why farmland is forever lost when a large portion of such land is converted to a different use. Owners of farmland will often lease their land to large-scale operators who utilize heavy and expensive equipment to conduct their farming operations. When smaller parcels of farmland are clustered near large parcels, it is often financially worthwhile to move the equipment from a large parcel to the nearby smaller parcels and farm them at the same time. When the large parcels are converted to a non-farm use, however, it is often no longer economically practical to bring hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment onto 20, 40, or 80-acre parcels. The smaller farm parcels often cease to be used as farmland, which creates a domino effect as other parcels are also taken out of production. I've personally seen the foregoing scenario play out in eastern Kansas, where my wife and I, together with 2 other family members, own a few hundred acres of farmland, with many smaller farms being eliminated and converted to other uses or no use at all. As testified last month, When the farmland goes, so goes the many direct and indirect jobs that go with it, as well as the open rural character, agricultural heritage, way of life, and culture associated with the small portion of unincorporated Ada County that remains as farmland. The loss of the remaining farmland is not inevitable. Such loss will occur most quickly by the failure of county officials to preserve and protect such land. If farmland is converted to use as industrial solar projects, its agricultural use will be gone for good. It would be contrary to science and basic economics to think otherwise. As USDA Secretary Brooke Rollins said this past Monday in announcing federal disincentives for solar panels to be installed on productive farmland, quote, "Farmland should be for agricultural production, not solar production," unquote. The proposed change to the Ada County Code regarding the prohibition of industrial solar projects on farmland is consistent with and supports the goals and policies stated in the Ada County 2025 Comprehensive Plan. It is also consistent with the recommendation of staff that descriptions of farmland use the definitions provided in the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service Guide. It is also consistent with the unanimous decision of the Board of County Commissioners last year when it denied the Powers Butte project. For the foregoing reasons, we should approve the change to the Ada County Code submitted at last month's meeting to protect farmland. And I therefore propose that the amendment that was offered and that I read at the beginning of this regarding the protection of prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, and farmland of local importance be approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. Is that, so you made a motion there? I just want to be clear.
Yes.
Okay, do we have a second for Commissioner Birch's motion?
Just point of information here. So yes, I agree that that's a good motion, number one. Personally, I'm in favor of more restrictive language. Questions about that particular law or about this particular issue. One of them is what Commissioner Birch just spoke about, but I just want to make sure that we have the ability to speak about other things, or if this is the only thing on solar, or is this just about that one line?
No, this will be that one line. So what we can speak on all the things. So what I think we need to do is parse it out in a way that deal with Commissioner Birch's, and then if you want to pile on top of that additional, then we'll do another round of amendments. I think. Do you guys believe that is what should be done?
I just wanted to clarify. That's all. Thank you.
So that would. So yeah, so we'll deal with Commissioner Birch's portion, and then if you have I want to make sure no solar goes on a roof or something. I mean, I'm just making an example. You can add on top of that, and then we'll add that as a vote as well. So
copy that. Then
everyone good with
then
that?
I second that.
Okay. So Commissioner Murphy has seconded Commissioner Birch's
No, you're good.
motion. Did you want to discuss additionally on your motion? I know you had a long thing.
No, let me just add that there's a sense that some people have that the loss of farmland is inevitable. But as I mentioned, it is not inevitable. Now, is Commissioner Blitman's childhood home ever going to be farmland again? No. It's residential, and it will always stay residential. But with respect to what has not yet been developed as anything other than farmland, and that is mostly now not in the northern part of the county, but in the southern part of the county, near Cuna and over toward Melba in the unincorporated parts of Ada County. That can still be protected. The owners of the land do not have the right to use that for solar facilities without getting a conditional use approval to do so. And there is no reason to do that. That would definitely be contrary to what the Ada County Board of County Commissioners, the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission, and the staff just a few years ago, when they were doing the 2016 Ada County 2025 Comprehensive Plan, recommended, once that's gone, it's gone for good, and there's not that much left to protect. And that's why I'm in favor of the motion to protect it. The USDA officials that I have talked to have also suggested using those definitions of prime farmland and farmland of statewide importance.
So just to be clear for everyone, you're wanting to keep theirs, but then additionally add the terms, because I'm kind of just looking at an example, but might not mirror yours. It's irrigated farmland, the farmland of statewide importance. So it's statewide importance to be added to.
Mr. Chairman. Okay. So Commissioner Birch, I think if you're looking at the dispute here is 8-4-54C2, solar facilities shall not be located on irrigated prime farmland. Are you expanding that to include irrigated farmland, land of statewide importance, land of local importance?
The proposed amendment eliminates the word irrigated because that is taken into account with prime farmland and farmland of statewide importance where it says or is capable of being irrigated. And there's lots of the portions of the county that is not capable of being irrigated. For example, where I live.
Well, I just want to get down to where what is it that you want to show in that?
So that first one would be solar facilities shall not be located on farmland of local importance, farmland of statewide importance, or prime farmland.
Okay. Perfect. We would be removing irrigated prime farmland and just
Would be
changing that to
removing
prime.
irrigated because, again,
vague.
it's picked
It's too
up in
vague.
those definitions.
Okay.
And I will add, Commissioner Murphy makes a good point. If I had my druthers, I would say, no farmland. But what you see, in fact, let me just read something that was given by the state soil scientist, a comment that he made. He says, the key thing here is that the not prime or statewide designation is in red, makes it easy, and that's in the orange that you saw on that Plan D. Unfortunately, my printer didn't show it as red, but it's the dark orange. It says, makes it easy to spot, and there's a lot of it. And he's saying, basically, you want to put solar somewhere? Put the solar somewhere that's in that dark orange, reddish area. And as he says, there is a lot of that land.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. Commissioner Murphy, did you want to speak on your second?
Like I said, I completely agree. It makes sense. I've got a couple other things to address, but just based upon what I was going to kind of say anyway, it pretty much echoes what Commissioner Birch had said. So.
Okay, so you want to it's the local importance, even though there's no Ada County local importance, you want that added as well?
Want that added because that way would give the Board of County Commissioners the discretion, even though there isn't any farmland of statewide importance now, to be able to say, we have identified this property and it doesn't show up on this, but we want to add it.
Okay. All right. I'm just, sorry, I'm putting it on my notes here. Commissioner Wickstrom, do you have something you'd like?
I was just going to reiterate, if you're writing down there, just exactly what that ordinance is going to say.
So my note just says, it's not official, but just remove irrigated from the prime farmland definition and then add farmland of statewide importance and farmland of local importance to the restrictions. That's what I interpret as the motion, correct? Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any additional? Commissioner Blitman.
I didn't write my comments out, but I've been thinking about them for the last couple weeks. I am a farm girl. I was raised on a dairy farm at the corner of Lake Hazel and Linder that now is 250 houses. So my parents were dairy farmers, along with hundreds of other dairy farmer families in the Boise Valley. And they were that was a livelihood, and that was my growing up. The reality is that when my parents were ready to be done farming, dairy farming, their 100 acres and their 100 cows was not sustainable for their next generation. And so they looked at their options. And I know my dad would be really frustrated if somebody from Ada County came to him and said, your option is not to sell this property because we consider it prime farmland, and it's not okay for you to sell it or to lease it to solar people. That would have been very frustrating for him, because this is a property that he'd owned for 40 years, and he'd farmed everything he could farm out of it, and then to be told he couldn't do it, it would have been very hard, and I can imagine what he would have told me. When I looked at I'm also an agricultural economics majors in college, and I know that we have prime farmland that today is prime farmland, but if you don't fertilize that farmland and take care of it and make it better, it's not going to stay prime farmland. And so we might say, oh, this is today's prime farmland, but it may not be that way forever. And then the other thing that's happened over the last 20 years is the evolution of our crops. So our crops that we're growing don't all need the same things that our crops needed 30 years ago. And so there's kind of an evolution in farming. And so I have a hard time thinking about designating these farmers' properties as special and putting limitations on what they can do above and beyond what we already have. When I look at the notes, we had 145 comments that were recommending that we change the restrictions to say solar facilities are discouraged on irrigated farmland. So that was 145 people, 130 written comments, and 15 in the room. And then we had 48 comments that were to expand the definition, which is what Commissioner Birch just very wonderfully explained. We had 48 people. 40 of those were in person, and 8 of those were in the room. And one of the comments that was made was, well, it's all the people that are beside the farmers are the ones that are saying, hey, we don't want solar farms here. And I would say that a lot of the people that came and testified weren't really aren't full-time farmers for their livelihood. They're people who live in the rural area and enjoy the rural benefit of the area. A lot of farmers who that's their livelihood want to have as many options as possible for what they can do with their land, just like we had the conversation today with Mr. Gibson about his property rights and the things he could do with his land. And I don't feel like it's right for us to designate these properties for this one thing, for solar. Now, going back to the Powers Butte project, I totally appreciate how that process happened. The neighbors came out, there was a zoning requirement, they came out, they stated how they felt, the commissions responded. I mean, that's the way this is supposed to work. And I don't think that it's fair to put unintended consequences on properties that have nothing to do with Power Buttes just because they happen to fit the criteria that they can't do what they want with their property within appropriate zoning. And so I would encourage the commission to change the wording, or recommend that we change the wording to solar facilities are discouraged on irrigating farmland, and take it a different direction than what Commissioner Birch is proposing.
Thank you, Commissioner Billitman. Do we have any additional comments? Commissioner Colson?
For me, I'm looking at it as we are discouraging him by what his words are. And the reason I say that is we're not stopping from someone to buy the land and come in here for conditional use and say, hey, I still want to do a solar farm. We're not saying you can't do that. I mean, we are putting stipulations to saying, yeah, this is what it's designed for, this is what it's for, but still, you could still come in and say, hey, I'm gonna buy this, I wanna put this, I wanna put a conditional use permit in and ask for it. And it still comes before the board. So I don't think we're really changing anything. And yes, and then it could go down the appeal process and everything else like that. I think what he's putting in there, it is discouraging it to it, and that's kind of my thoughts on it. We're not stopping, my land or whatever of, 80 acres that I own, that I could still go and do something with. Even though it's just a hurdle that I have to go through on a conditional use permit. I mean, my whole thing with the solar farms is why not be efficient? Why not? And what I mean by efficient is be efficient for everybody and utilize the land that I can't irrigate. Utilize, tons of stuff out towards Mountain Home, dry farmland that is designated. The reason they don't want to use that is because the amount of cost it's going to be able to transport the power in. That's the whole reason, I mean, it's in detail and I like it and I'm for it. And I just think we are discouraging them and in a way, to not utilize that. But there are so many other options. It just may not work out and pencil in their numbers, but you could still go and offer that land guy, hey, I want to buy your 80 acres. I'm planning on putting a solar farm here. I want a conditional use permit. Still all comes before us as the board. That's all I got.
Commissioner Colson, just to clarify, and complete disclosure, it would prohibit it because if you came in for a conditional use permit, the proposal would be, well, if you want to use it for a solar farm, the answer is no. Because this particular land that is prime farmland or farmland of statewide importance cannot be used for solar farms.
Okay.
Now, as a practical matter, there's a trend in the country going that direction, where Savion, the company that was trying to do the Powers Butte project, is located in Overland Park. There was a contentious fight in Johnson County, which is a wealthy suburb of Kansas City, as to whether or not solar farms could go in. Now, unlike Ada County, where there is a lot of land, as you just pointed out, that dark orange land that the state soil scientists had mentioned, can have solar on it. All we're trying to do is say there's a little bit of farmland left in Ada County, and we want to preserve that. We want to preserve it for the character, the culture, the way of life, and once it's gone, it's gone. And so the county where our property, my wife's and my property, is located is within the Kansas City statistical area, even though it's 2 counties away. And last August, they completely prohibited any industrial solar farms on their land. And it is because once you put them on there, it's not temporary. It is permanent. The damage to the soil will never, ever be recovered.
Any additional comments? I do have some comments. I agree with Commissioner Blitman in that I don't like the absolute restriction here. I don't like telling a blanket no everywhere all the time forever, because we're taking away a potential supplemental income for farmers, first of all. We're taking away the people's right to speak on every specific parcel that this could come before the commission, or we're taking away the commission or the planning and zoning's efforts to discuss and consider each project on its merits rather than just blanket denial. And we're taking away the Board of County Commissioners, who's an elected body by the people, their ability to make that decision. And I agree with Commissioner Blitman that I think Powers Butte was an example of the system working. That's a prime example why this process is good and important, that the people can come and voice their opinion, because you never know, in 5 years, we could have 100 people in our little auditorium or whatever this is here that are in favor of solar, saying, please put this solar farm in, and we have absolute restriction that we cannot diverge from, when if we hadn't had that, we at least had the choice to diverge or not diverge. So adding restrictions that default to no hurt the property owner and take away the ability for us to make the decision as an intelligent body and hear the people's opinions that might be different next time. This time, yeah, Powers Butte was absolutely something that they didn't want. The commission, we heard it, and so did the Ada County commissioners, and it was shot down. So I think that we need to have that process every time, not just put in a law that says, no, we're never going to do that again. Also, I feel like this prime farmland thing is just focused on solar. I sit here on this board and watch us approve a neighborhood after neighborhood over and over and over again, and we never cared what type of land it was on. We never cared if it was farmland. We didn't care if it was prime farmland. We didn't care if it was irrigated. We didn't care whatever. It was just, okay, looking at the merits of this project, fair enough. So my concern is that it's not the farmland that's the focus, it's the solar that's the focus. The farmland is something that we build on, and if we ban solar, next month someone could come in and be like, I want to put a neighborhood on here, and I don't think any of us are going to go, well, is this prime farmland? Because in my 3 years on this commission, the first time I've ever dealt with prime farmland was in discussing solar. So I feel like we are discriminating against one specific entity in solar while approving everything else from commercial to residential when it comes to these zones. And again, I'm not saying we should put solar on there. I'm not saying we should put residential or commercial on these land. I'm saying we should have the opportunity to decide and hear the people so they can come forward and say, we don't want a solar farm here. We don't want a Walmart here. I mean, we don't want a neighborhood here. Okay, got it. Let's talk it out. And if we put this into a code, we'll never talk it out. It'll never happen. It'll just be a blanket no. Leon will sit in his office and say, stamp, no, sorry, not happening. And we'll never see it. And I think we need to have that opportunity. So that's my feeling. I personally was not a fan of the Powers Butte thing, but I'm a big fan of the process. And I'm worried that Commissioner Birch's motions here, what he would like is removing the process from the people and from the commission, and we have to just rely on a piece of paper to blanket say no, and that could change in the future, especially with growth. Commissioner Birch?
Chairman Scott, I'll probably get horsewhipped for saying this, but to try to reach a consensus with respect to what Commissioner Colson has said, what you have said, and what Commissioner Blitman has said, would it make you feel warmer and fuzzier if the language was changed to read, solar projects or solar facilities shall be discouraged, strongly discouraged, on farmland of local importance, farmland of statewide importance, or prime farmland? That way, if somebody does come, then the message that you have sent to the Board of County Commissioners and to the Planning and Zoning Commission is consistent with the Ada County 2025 Comprehensive Plan. We want to preserve and conserve that farmland, but it is not absolute. We're strongly discouraging putting solar on it because solar will ruin that farmland. But if there is a wide enough crack where this body or the Board of County Commissioners says, yeah, we think in this case it's appropriate, notwithstanding that it's strongly discouraged, then it can happen. You will have that very discussion that you're talking about.
Since I'm chair, I'll defer to you guys. Commissioner Murphy? Commissioner Colson?
Go for it, sir. I would agree with that. You are giving that opportunity to them with the strong discouraging. It's not saying, hey, we're a hard no, but it's like, hey, man, this might be a tough one to get through, but it gives them that opportunity to go through it. And you're exactly right on your statement. The person, I am a big property rights guy, so yes, they should have a choice on what they want to do. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but I appreciate you amending your motion on strongly discouraging it, and I would agree with that.
Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, yeah, I guess it is about solar. Um, you know, people call it a solar farm, right? But really, we all know it's a power plant. You know, it's not a farm. So I could have some property out in the weeds out there and decide that I want to put a space launch base there. And I get it, I'm exaggerating. But there's going to be some restrictions if you want to put a space launch base out there because it's going to have massive effects to neighboring, surrounding neighbors and property owners. So you would say, yes, maybe we're not going to do space rocket launchers out there, and so I get that's exaggerated, but solar is a similar situation where you are kind of impeding upon. I mean, I was going to save all this for the next one, but I guess while we're getting into it. Yes, there should be some wiggle room, although I think in this new version, it has solar approval at the conditional use permit level and not the Board of County Commissioners level. Is that correct?
Chairman Commissioners, that is correct. There's a standard
So-
that eliminates the variance
So
requirement.
when you're saying let's go, it's going to go before the elected board, it's really not. So that's a problem.
Except for it could be appealed.
Appealed, yes, but not as a form of regular business.
Correct.
So that's a problem. Prime farmland, local and state level importance. That does give, and if we push it back to the Board of County Commissioners and not have it be a conditional use settled here, which I don't think it should be. I think it's such a big project or big, thing. The public need to be able to speak to their elected officials. So it does give them leeway to hear exactly the pros and the cons, and they can still weigh in, have the conversation with the citizens, with the neighbors. Heck, they can even say where we approve this because of X, Y, Z, to use the 3 letters towards the end of the alphabet as previous. So I don't see this as this be-all, end-all, negative language that prohibits everything. I think it just adds a layer of complexity for a, international corporation to come in here and buy a bunch of land up and put, a big old chunk of glass out there. It should be heavily scrutinized. And Commissioner Birch's words do not prohibit, because it still has to go through the path. If it is determined that a particular project comes forward, it'll go through the normal process and it won't be prohibitive. However, it'll maybe kind of make people or companies think twice on, okay, we better have our stuff together going in front of, or going to Ada County, we better know our stuff before we present, and so I'm in agreement with the original verbiage because of that, and I think we need to address the conditional use permit and get rid of that in the thing. And then if you want to call to question now, we can look at the other stuff, or we can proceed however you think is best. But I just wanted to reiterate that there still is a way for citizens to be heard, which is important.
So just can I clarify where our stances are real quick before so we have Commissioner Birch asking if.
I'd like to respond.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to respond to Commissioner Birch.
Yeah, Commissioner Birch. So yeah, we have Commissioner Birch's question, and that's what I was going to say is Commissioner Blitman.
I really appreciate the proposal that you're proposing to use the language, solar facilities shall be strongly discouraged on irrigated prime farmland and the other definitions that you included. I totally support farming and totally want us to have agriculture, and I think it should be strongly discouraged. What I didn't like was the absolute. So I could agree to strongly discouraged with additional language.
I'm since I was the other one that was opposing it, I'm in agreement. I believe that the strongly discouraged does give enough wiggle room, but I agree that we should be strongly discouraging it, but we also should be having the discussion, which, as you pointed out, yours would not, you want to, the original verbiage was no discussion, it was just a ban. So I think you saying kind of the amended version of saying you wanted to put strongly discouraged, I agree with that. I also agree with Commissioner Murphy's, and this is something that we may have to discuss. I don't agree with the conditional use portion. I do think it does need to go. I do need to think it needs to go to the top, and we need to
variance?
somehow, however we do that, Leon, procedurally.
Yeah, Commissioners, I can address that. Currently, it's a conditional use master site plan and variance that have been used to process these, and because of the variance, it's automatically sent to the board. The code proposed to you removes the lot coverage issue, which is what triggered that variance. So removing the variance component would be a conditional use and master site plan to the P&Z. So I guess what I'm hearing is you would like to eliminate the no lot coverage standard that was added to the use that would essentially keep it out of the board's realm, and you want to see these go to the board
Yeah, we want the
continuously.
board to decide on that.
Okay.
So,
So I don't know if they were doing that now or if you're going to address that in a follow-up discussion.
Yeah,
but-
I just wanted to clarify, because, okay.
I think,
I do have one more
Yeah, go
solar
ahead.
thing that isn't this, though. So
Okay, yeah,
when
we're
done-
gonna do this, and then we're gonna go to
I mean, I've got one
Commissioner-
more thing on this solar thing.
on Commissioner Birch's, but we're gonna continue talking solar. Did you want to amend your original motion, or do we need to just vote on it, or how do you, since Commissioner Murphy is still in favor of your original, it seems, do we want to bring your original to a vote, and then if it fails, discuss an amendment as with the possible, where you have the strongly discouraged verbiage? Is that how we think we should proceed, since we do seem to have someone in favor of your original verbiage?
yeah, perhaps we should do that. And then.
Yeah, and see where it goes, and
I can
perhaps.
amend. I just want to add, I fully agree with what everyone here has said about having it go directly to the Board of County Commissioners. We are an unelected body. They are an elected body. So when Chairman Beck and Commissioner Daley and Commissioner Davidson see a swarm of people out there in the audience that with Powers Butte were virtually unanimously opposed to the project, they pay attention. It does not impact us. And we try to be sensitive to it. I mean, in the 5+ years that I've been on this commission, I think we have listened to what the public has said, and we've tried to put ourselves in the place of those members of the public and been responsive to them. But we can't be responsive the same way that an elected body can be responsive, because their career as a politician depends on those decisions that they make. And if they make really unpopular decisions, they'll get voted out. We won't.
Exactly.
We'll continue on this board. And so I guess that the original motion is up for, and if I had my druthers, I would do exactly what Commissioner Murphy has said. I don't want to see the farmland disappear. I know what's happened in eastern Kansas, and that's different from here, because eastern Kansas is dry farming. You can grow almost anything back there because there's enough rainfall. Not true here. If you don't have irrigation, as they said in the comprehensive plan, it's not going to grow. All you're going to do is grow cheatgrass and tumbleweeds. But I think that it's critical that agriculture culture remain in place in Ada County. I've lived here long enough that it's important to me, and while I've only been here 25 years in the valley, I go back much further than that. I go back to dealing with, and Commissioner Blitman may know, Carl German in Cuna, who was with the water district there, where Lucky Peak was involved in each one of those water districts. I was involved with the sale of the Amalgamated Sugar Company to the Idaho sugar beet growers. And so I have been having my hands in agricultural activities in this Treasure Valley for a very long time. So anyway, so the original motion is that the amendment, as I read it, solar facilities shall not be located on farmland of local importance, farmland of statewide importance, or prime farmland, is on the table.
Okay, so just before we vote, just be aware that since we're split,
That's the absolute one.
that's the absolute one, yeah. So because we're split down the middle, 3-3, if we tie, it is a denial or a fail. So if that means that if we split 3-3, his motion fails. So that's just procedurally, that's how it works. I just wanted to clarify, mainly for everyone in the audience.
And then, so, Mr. Chair, so if that was the case, then you would just redo it and create a new one?
New
Yeah.
one, basically.
Quickly, because we know we've already done through discussion.
Yeah, basically, we understand. So, okay, so all those in favor of Commissioner Birch's motion to remove irrigated from the prime farmland, and then add statewide importance and local importance, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
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 No. The noes have won, 4-2. We'll move on to the next portion of this. Commissioner Birch, did you want to provide the motion with your new verbiage?
So I will amend it to say that solar facilities shall be strongly discouraged on farmland of local importance, farmland of statewide importance, or prime farmland.
Did you want to add that portion about the?
Yes.
Variance, or,
Variance as
you know,
well.
it's
Yes.
basically pulling out the lot line.
Oh, wait,
Let's do that
we'll do that separate then.
Okay.
We'll do that separate. All right, so we have a motion to change the verbiage to strongly discouraged. Slipping that in. No, to strongly, that solar facilities will be strongly discouraged on prime farmland, so that will still remove the irrigated portion. On prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance and farmland of local importance. That's the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Colson has seconded. Commissioner Birch, do you want to speak on this?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not my preference at all, but, and it's too bad Don Retzlaff isn't here. But,
Yeah.
because I think we would have got it.
Well, we would have split, I think.
But given where we are, I mean, if the farm group that's opposed to solar on farmland wishes to argue that it should be absolute, they will have the opportunity to do that before the Board of County Commissioners. And so they can show up at that meeting, and I guarantee this very subject is going to be part of a discussion before that Board of County Commissioners. And so you have the opportunity to do that, but I think in order to reach a consensus here, we had to go with the strongly discouraged language.
Okay, so we have that. Commissioner Colson, did you want to speak on your second?
I just think that we can't really take away the property rights. We have to leave somewhat of a line of sight that they're able to travel down. And again, ultimately, it needs to go before the voted Board of Commissioners. And I think they're the deciding factor, you know, and gives those opportunity for the public to speak and to bring all that through, and the companies to bring it through. And it may be a piece of property that it may work. I don't know, but they need to have that opportunity.
Okay. Any additional comments pertaining to the current motion? Commissioner
I haven't
Wickstrom?
said much, but, and Commissioner Birch, I'm that close to voting for you, because it's a lose-lose here almost, because I wish two things were true. Wish we could defend ag land and also from solar facilities, and also defend the ag land from developers as well. I do agree that we go through the process that we just went through for the big power facility. But I think at some point, people, that you have a fatigue. I mean, do they have to go down every time a new facility is going to be built, and they've got to go through the process every time? We've been going through something for 10 years now, and you just get tired of it. It's always there on the back of your mind, and you just can't live your life because you're worried, where's the next solar facility coming? And do we have to rally the troops, go down there and and see it through. So in that way, they probably would look to some board to say, look, put a stop to this. We're tired of it. But yet, on the other hand, as Commissioner Blitman has said, it's nice that if they are tired of farming and nobody wants to buy their farm and use it for farming anymore, then they have the choice to either go for solar facility, and even just part of their land as a solar facility, so that they can supplement what they're doing otherwise. But I just see this kind of a lose-lose here almost. There's no good answer here. But just I guess at my point would just be to let people get into the process and keep an eye on it, get involved.
Thank you, Commissioner Wickstrom. Any additional comments for the current motion? I'll just say that I do appreciate you amending it. This is part of the process of the discussion. And before we get tired and start yelling at each other later on, I just want to say I do appreciate the conversation that we're having. And I also appreciate everyone listening quietly and such, and Leon's help. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and bring.
Mr. Chairman, one quick comment. I have to say that strongly discouraging really has no teeth in it. I mean, you could just take that out and you got the same thing. You can't go into a meeting and say, well, we're going to strongly discourage and.
Mr. Chair,
I think it does provide some.
It gives us guidance.
Yeah.
the strongly discouraged part will come next.
All right. So we'll go ahead and bring Commissioner Birch's new motion to a vote where the verbiage brings strongly discouraged to the previous motion of putting solar facilities on prime farmland, statewide, or farmland of statewide importance and farmland of local importance. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. All those opposed say no. Seeing none opposed, that motion carries. Let me put that in the notes. So approved.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Murphy, go ahead.
should we just tackle the conditional use permit question next, because
I think that's a pretty easy. So if someone wants to discuss that or bring a motion on that specific, ensuring that we can get this to the board as a recommendation, we just need a motion on that. So.
Well, the reason we'd be bringing that up is because of the lot line adjustment. Is that correct, Leon?
Lot coverage.
Lot coverage area? Okay. So should we have to address the lot coverage area? Basically that part of it, or can we just say that, hey, it needs to have a variance, or just, I mean.
Chairman, Commissioners, I believe there's a standard in there that says these facilities are exempt from lot coverage. And I apologize for not having the exact language in front of me, but that was the thing that was prompting the variance requirement in the past. And so if you wanted to have a general motion about still requiring a variance due to lot coverage, you could do that, and staff will be able to figure out how to change that section of code per your recommendations.
We just want to make sure the board sees it, is essentially. So however we do that.
Proposed.
What section is that? Can you
It's C5.
C5 of it's past the wind facility, solar
Yeah,
facility.
I've got it. Okay.
Yeah, so C5 down here.
I assume you're making the motion, Commissioner Colson.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I'm just putting your name on my notes here.
So I make a motion that it is not exempt from the lot coverage. It is not exempt from the lot coverage per what right now what it says in here is ground mounted solar arrays are exempt from lot coverage. So to me, I'd be making a motion to have the verbiage changed. So my motion would be, do I need to quote let's see, what's all the numbers? Or in regards to C5 on solar facility where it says mounted solar arrays are exempt from lot coverage, I would want it to say ground mounted solar arrays are not exempt from lot coverage.
Or we could just strike the whole.
Or strike the whole thing?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is we could just remove that completely.
Yeah, let's remove ground-mounted solar arrays are exempt from lot coverage.
Okay, so.
And just as a follow-up, I think we had some discussion about how you want to see the changes you're proposing. And just to make this easier and for transparency to the public, I will do a memo with all of the things that you've requested to be changed, and you can take that up at the June hearing as maybe the first item, and we'll just make sure that I got it right for you
Okay.
before we forward it onto the board. So I understand, I mean, we're gonna read all the minutes and we're gonna get all this in the right place, but that'll give you one more chance to say, hey, no, you totally missed that, Leanna. It wasn't about ground-mounted solar, it was about this. So just take some security in that, I guess, and that you'll get another chance to confirm everything you're talking about tonight, so.
Okay.
Perfect.
Question real quick.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, is it?
Yeah, go ahead.
And Mr. Letson, this would solve the conditional use issue, so everything would have to go to the Board of County Commissioners as well as us?
Chairman Commissioners, it would automatically just go to the board because we take any conditional use or master site plan with a variance directly to the board. So it wouldn't actually stop at the P&Z.
Is there a way for it to stop here then? I know that, I'm just wondering, is
Well,
there?
now you'd have to insert a new process. You guys typically only make recommendations on rezones and text amendments, comp plan amendments, subdivisions. So you make a recommendation on those things, but on conditional uses and master site plans and variances, you don't, because we bundle them all together, you don't see them.
We can't create our own rules.
That
would
wasn't
have
my
to be the
intention
board to
also,
say that.
but,
Commissioner, Chairman, I guess one of my things is by having it just go to the Board of County Commissioners, we're kind of helping the people avoid some of that fatigue we talked about.
It's true.
So I think that kind of makes sense in this particular issue since it is a high public input area.
That's true.
That being said, though, I worry that the board would be less inclined to agree with our current suggestions if it's going directly to them and not through us. So I'm worried that they're going to see that and go, no, they need to see this, reject that. So I don't know, I'm just kind of,
and then also the informed, they get a little information when it's been
Yeah.
filtered through some other brains.
so there's, I guess,
So how would you?
there is no way it is.
So how would you update that?
How would that even happen?
And Commissioners, the practice longstanding has been if there's a variance attached, it goes straight to the board. And they do process a lot of those, I will say that. They also do value the Planning and Zoning Commission's review and approval before they get things. So if that's really what you want, you probably need to keep that standard in there and see all of these initially, and then leave the option for appeal for whoever wants to appeal it. And then the board will get to consider everything you heard and make the final decision. That's the only way I can do it without creating a whole new process outside of what we've historically done here.
So there's no way to just, for us to say, create out of thin air, solar specific needs to go through the
Well,
board.
you know, okay, man, yeah, I really didn't want to talk this much, and so I apologize to everyone in the room. I think you could add, I'm spitballing here, and I'll have to run it by legal, but you could add a standard that the P&Z shall make a recommendation on all solar facilities.
I think we could try it.
That'd be
It's worth
you could.
trying.
I mean, you could throw that in there. I don't know if it's going to stick, but it's at least a way for the board to know that you want to see these. But it would deviate from everything else that we do on.
I feel like they would be more comfortable having us weigh in.
I think so.
We'll try it, and then I guess you can brief us on the 12th. If it, do you, I guess, what do the commissioners think on this?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've went through certain things like this and had variances that I've put through. And for me, as the applicant, on the applicant side of things, I was relieved that it went straight to the board. That's just my personal opinion, and that's my personal of what I've gone through on those type of things. And so, I mean, I get it. I get both ends of it, right? Like we get input that maybe they're not thinking about and may bring up stuff for them. But on the other side, you know, does 150 people want to keep on coming out and then realize we go along and, oh, hey, we're going to table it so you get another one, and then you know what I mean? And then they got to come out again, another 150 people. And is it truly, are you getting the actual representation of the public by coming here and then coming the next time versus one time as the public coming down? I mean, what is the best, honestly, what's the best benefit for the public, in my opinion? And to me, I look at it like it's a one meeting. You're gonna have the most of your group coming before the acting Board of Commissioners versus coming through us. And I get the point where, yeah, I mean, their input and they do respect what we do, but what's best in the public's eyes, or what's best in the neighbors? I mean, because, I mean, we're all here for what's the best, and that's what we're talking about. Is it best for them to come to us, and then we get way in, and then they come again? Or is it best that, you know, I mean, it could be different circumstances, so it's really hard. Do I feel comfortable saying that, hey, I want it to come here? I don't know. I mean, if it was as simple as, hey, you know, it has to have a neighbor, you know, it's a neighborhood subdivision, you know, to where then it's a preliminary plot and a final plot, you know, those type of things. And if you say, hey, solar farms have to have a final plot, right? You know, or a preliminary plot. I mean, you know, there's other ways I would assume you'd have to run it by legal or whatever's the easiest. To me, what do you guys all think? I mean, ultimately, I mean, there's a reason there's 6 of us, and my vote, my way, my thoughts are different. And again, that's how we were able to come up with the last one. And again, at the end of this, we're just giving advice to change it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, when it goes up there, they may say, no, we like Commissioner Birch's first response, and that's what we're going with. You know what I'm saying? But
P&Z is the decider.
That's
You could say that too.
That's it. So I mean, I'd love to hear what every one of us thinks about
Yeah,
what we do.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it seems that, it seems like we're kind of kicking the can by just not even reviewing that kind of stuff. And yeah, I don't think we need to get in the weeds with someone building a barn on their property that's having the issue with lot coverage and this kind of stuff. But when it's something as important and as culture shifting, and I think the more brains you have on it and the more times people can come to discuss their thoughts, doesn't hurt the problem. And I guarantee that there will be probably the same group of people showing in front of the commissioners when this ends up on their plate as well. And I think that's another way to determine how passionate people are, how citizens are about something, is about how often they show up for a specific issue. I mean, we've seen before where somebody's come up, nobody's presented to say to the negative of the particular proposition, and it's kind of been, as long as it follows a certain set of rules, it's kind of a pretty much an approval, But when you have such passion, and I mean, even over the past 5 months, has it been since we brought this January 17th or whatever? I mean, I've learned so much about this issue. And also from people who have showed up, and I have notes on people's comments, and I've looked up a bunch of stuff, and I learned stuff, they learned stuff. I don't think that's a process that I don't think we should shorten or make easier for people. I think that's a process we should continue to, but just to kind of make shorter this comment, I do think we add in a specific line about, solar should probably come through here, because it is such a heated, no pun intended, issue on that. So, thank you.
So just before we continue, we still have a motion that Commissioner Colson pushed forward. We never had a second, but it sounds like Commissioner Colson kind of backed out of that original motion. So is that true? Because originally you were saying you wanted some way for us to see it and then go to the board. Or I guess the motion.
Because we were confused about what
I guess,
the implications.
yeah. So I just want to
of
clarify
coverage
before we
was.
go on. There was a motion, but no second that happened. So
Correct.
if there's no second, we can just let it die.
Move on, so let it die.
Okay, so does anyone second?
You withdraw your motion,
Or
we
you
can
can
have a new
withdraw
or
it.
substitute motion, so.
I would like to comment on the issue.
Okay, we'll still have the motion, but I don't want to.
No, it's okay.
We have no
Is it-
second.
So it's not, can I talk about it?
Sure, yeah. that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
We're already talking about it.
So I like the idea of not having the motion, not changing it, because then it would come, just like any other conditional use permit, it'd be an opportunity to come before this group. And what we see happen is sometimes people don't know about things or don't hear about it because if it's only one public hearing, here we have two public hearings, one with planning and zoning and one with the Ada County Commissioners. And so nobody can complain that they didn't know about something.
Only if
It
they
happened
appeal, though,
twice.
I believe.
Only if it's appealed, but anything that's got a significant controversy, in my experience, gets appealed. I've never seen something that has had a significant controversy that hasn't gone to the county commissioners.
Commissioner Birch?
If we're going to go that route, would it be possible to do as we have with other issues where this body simply makes a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners?
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner, I think we could, this would be certainly one that we want to explore with legal because it would be outside of our typical process. I think you could make that recommendation as a part of what you send forward to the board. And then we would try to, if they are in agreement, we'd have to figure out the code language that actually allows it to happen. But if anything, I would hear you saying we'd like the board to consider us as a initial reviewing body on solar facilities. And then if that's your recommendation, then I can just forward that to them and have them consider it, and we could come up with some draft language. I mean, you're trying to pull out the lot coverage thing, and that certainly would give you the option to review it as a conditional use master site plan. But that definitely gives you a chance to look at it, but it feels like you're pretty split on where this is going, so.
So I guess the thought is, since we're just recommending to the board, we're not creating a rule here. We're just saying, hey, we would like to be involved in this process. We recommend this route for being involved pending legal's approval and pending your approval.
Well,
If we all agree that that's what we want to do.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Leon, as of how it's written right now, it wouldn't even see the board.
That's right, unless appealed.
It would just be us.
Unless they
and then
appeal.
It's appealed, right.
So I feel it's something that's as controversial as this, however we need to get it done. And if, I'm totally okay with them coming here, again, we're here to serve the public. So come here and go up there, and however we need to make that worded, that verbiage in there, I'm totally fine with.
Yeah, I think so too. So we'll just say that since there was no seconds,
I'll withdraw. I withdraw my motion.
so now with all that discussion, we're going to need another motion on the new recommendation for the board that we would like to see all solar facility projects come through planning and zoning for review before going to the Ada County Board of County Commissioners, whatever that looks like pending legal and their approval, obviously. So it's just our recommendation that we would like to see them before they see it. You know what I mean? Does that sound about right?
You know what, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner Blue?
I move that our Planning and Zoning Committee is recommending to the Board of Ada County Commissioners that there be a process established for solar facilities where the Planning and Zoning Commission is the recommending body before the project goes to the Ada County Commissioners, similar to subdivisions.
Okay, so we're
Long wordy, but you'll make it sound.
I understand what you're
You'll
going
make it
for.
sound
Yeah.
good.
Leon's over there like, oh my gosh.
So that's a
lot of
motion. We need a second.
Is there a second?
Then you seconded?
I'll second, yeah.
Commissioner Colson has seconded. And Commissioner Blitman, did you want to speak on your
No,
motion?
I think there's enough that's been said.
All right. Commissioner Colson, did you want to speak anymore?
No,
Does
no,
anyone
I'm
else
good.
have any additional things they want to speak about on this? Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, I'm in favor of the motion. I just want to say, with respect to what Commissioner Colson said a little while ago about dragging people out, there's people in this audience that I know have driven for an hour to get here. And so when they drive that far, they're going to have to be doing that. If it was a project similar to Powers Butte, they'd be doing that multiple times. They'd be doing it here, they'd be doing it for the Board of County Commissioners. But I do think it's critical that the final decision be made by an elected body. And I also think it's critical not to have it go through a process where those who are disaffected actually have to appeal instead of having it automatically go to the elected body.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Does anyone else have any comments on that? So we'll bring that to a vote. This is to create a process of some sort where planning and zoning sees all solar projects for recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners before their approval. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. All those opposed? Seeing none. Okay, so that motion carries. Moving on to,
One more solar thing.
yeah, I think we have two. I think you got a solar and then you, so I'll go to Commissioner Blitman. Go ahead with your,
I'd like to talk about bonding.
okay.
So I'd like to move that that we're recommending that Ada County establish a process for bonding and reclamation of the solar, to provide the funds for reclamation of the project, after the 40 years. Huh? Decommissioning. Decommissioning is probably the right word.
So the motion is recommending that the code be changed to reflect some sort of bonding be required by the developer of the solar project.
Develop standards for bonding for large solar projects.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, speaking on Commissioner Blitman, I've got a packet I'm about to hand out of proposed additions to the solar facility and et cetera. And as part of that, there is some bonding stuff in there. So what I was going to suggest is maybe I could give you a copy of this just to take a look at it, to see if any of that looks good to you. That way it's on paper or something like that. Would that be?
That's fine. I'm open to anything.
Chairman, Commissioners, can I just ask, is that already part of the record, Commissioner Murphy? Or is it something?
Well, I can read it into the record, I guess. If
We
that
can't
is,
add stuff to the record.
We're trying not to add additional exhibits to the record. However,
what this is a kind of a more fully packaged zoning.
Is it a summary of the current, well, it still adds to the record though. Or is it like your notes?
So this is kind of a quadruple copy and paste, and then with edits to that I made and went
Okay.
through over the past couple weeks.
So it's basically like your notes on recommendations you'd be making to our votes then. So it's not necessarily adding to the record. It's no different than my notes on paper, correct?
I mean, I guess if it's, yeah, boy.
I'm just, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, Leon, because it becomes a
I
problematic.
think reading it into the record would be best, Commissioner Murphy, versus handing out materials that I have to track down and try to insert into the record. So I think
brought
if
a
you
copy for you.
Perfect.
So-
Do you want to go ahead and read it into the record?
We'll do,
Yeah.
so before we do that, we had a motion. Do we want to second that motion and then discuss this because
I guess that's,
Commissioner Blitman's motion came forward, just trying to keep procedurally in line here. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Birch has seconded. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and skip do you want to speak on yours and just go to Commissioner Murphy? All right, Commissioner Murphy, go ahead with your discussion on the current motion specific to bonding.
thank you. All right, so it starts like this. Decommissioning plan and surety required. The project owner shall provide a decommissioning plan for all parcels and easements related to the project prior to any commercial solar energy devices being installed. The decommissioning plan shall be approved by the Board of County Commissioners and shall be updated every 5 years, or if any operator or project owner changes, except as otherwise required by Idaho Code. The decommissioning plan shall include at minimum the following. Number one, affidavit of responsibility. A signed and notarized affidavit that is recorded with Ada County Recorder's Office shall be provided by all property owners acknowledging that the responsibility of decommissioning, including cost to decommission, is ultimately the responsibility of the property owner, even if the responsibility and cost is assigned to the operator through a separate agreement. If ownership of a parcel and/or easement related to the project changes, the project owner operator shall obtain a record and signed and notarized affidavit from the new parcel owner. If the operator fails to comply with any aspect of the decommissioning plan, the property owners shall ultimately be responsible for all aspects and liabilities and penalties. Insurance. The owner and operator of the commercial solar plant shall maintain the following insurance: a commercial general liability policy covering death, bodily injury, and property damage, which may be combined with umbrella coverage. The owner and operator shall be required to name Ada County, Idaho as additional insured solely to the extent of liabilities arising under this title. This policy shall carry dollar amounts satisfactory to the county commissioners and with agreed upon dollar amounts and limits per occurrence, aggregate coverage, and deductible amounts, all of which shall be agreed upon by the owner and operator and the county commissioners and provided in the decommissioning plan. Excuse me. An environmental liability insurance that covers the remediation from any cleanup or pollution from unexpected releases of pollutants on the site. This shall not be required if the project owner demonstrates that all solar panels meet the TCLP or toxicity characteristic leaching procedure standards of the EPA. The owner and operator shall be required to name Ada County, Idaho as an additional insured solely to the extent of the liabilities arising from the commercial solar facility under this title. This policy shall carry dollar amounts satisfactory to the county commissioners and with agreed upon dollar amount limits limited per occurrence, aggregate coverage, and deductible amounts, all of which shall be agreed upon by the owner, operator, and the county commissioners and provided in the decommissioning plan. We're almost there. Excuse me. Okay. Continuity of decommissioning plan. The written terms of the decommissioning plan shall include that the decommissioning plan is binding upon the property owner and operators as well as any of their successors, assignees, or heirs. Restoration of site. This shall outline how the site will be restored to a natural state that includes adequate provision for removal of all structures, foundations to a depth of 48 inches, and restoration of soil and vegetation. Decommissioning of the system or a component or portion of the system must be completed within 12 months of the project, or a component or portion of the system not producing energy. An owner may petition for an extension of this period upon showing reasonable circumstances that have caused the delay in starting of the decommissioning. Disposal of structures, materials, waste, and/or foundations, both hazardous and non-hazardous, shall meet the provisions of all local, state, and federal ordinances. 5, estimating decommissioning costs. These shall be calculated by a third-party licensee or registered engineer or by another person with suitable experience in the decommissioning of solar energy systems and agreed upon by the project owner and the county engineer. The total estimated decommissioning costs shall be net of any estimated salvage value attributed to the solar device at the time of decommissioning, unless the county and the project owner agree to include any such value in the estimated cost. The estimated decommissioning cost shall be reevaluated and agreed upon by the project owner and the county engineer at timelines outlined for the required surety bond or equivalent for decommissioning. The project owner shall provide a surety bond or an equivalent means of security acceptable to the county engineer in an amount equal to 125% of the agreed upon estimated cost of decommissioning, as outlined in Section 5 above. The bond or equivalent shall be in place prior to the issuance of a building permit. The total amount of the bond or security posted under this section shall be provided: 1, prior to the issuance of a building permitted for any structure or component of commercial solar energy facility; 2, every 5 years at the anniversary of the approval of the initial decommissioning plan based upon the reevaluated decommissioning cost; 3, if any of the property owners, operator, or project owner changes. 7, which is, I think, failure to comply with the decommissioning plan. Any person or corporation who shall fail to comply with the decommissioning and or bonding requirements herein shall for each and every violation of noncompliance be liable for civil penalties to the Plan Commission of, and I think that's a typo that I made, shall be liable for civil penalties to the county of up to the maximum amount allowed by state law. Each day the violation exists or continues shall be deemed a separate offense. The Plan Commission's attorney shall have the right to commence proceedings for an injunction to restrain a person from violating this title and or for a mandatory injunction requiring that a structure in violation of this title be removed. This remedy is provided for here and shall be cumulative and not exclusive, and shall be in addition to any other remedy provided by law. Okay, blah.
So,
And I think after, real quick, I looked through a bunch of different planning and zoning codes from about 5 locales. One's in Clark County, Indiana. One was in Wyoming. One was in New York. And they were having issues. They had a very simple zoning code, which we currently have. And so these are issues that they ran up against that I feel that we should learn from that and protect ourselves from.
so what do we need to do to enter that
I
in the record?
appreciate all of that detail. That's a lot of work, so thank you for doing that work. I guess I would probably recommend that our body makes a recommendation to the staff to look at that and figure out what fits with the code and with what other sections we have.
Yeah.
And we'd like something that addresses those particular issues. I don't want to specifically tell the staff that this is the language you have to use, because it might not be parallel language that's other places.
So,
And
go ahead.
if I may. And yeah, this wasn't intended to be a let's all vote on all that long craziness. This was more meant to be a guideline
There you
to
go.
expand upon what currently doesn't really exist at all. And we can look at the exact verbiage that staff comes up with later, but that was just an example of a pretty dialed in, decommissioning plan.
Commissioner Birch?
I appreciate also what Commissioner Murphy has done. I think it's great. I think that one thing that's missing from that is what the bond should look like. And let me just tell you my experience as having worked with Albertsons, with us having to put up bonds for various things. What you want a bond that would absolutely be enough to cover, plus a cushion, as you have said, the costs of decommissioning. Who do you get involved to determine those? I would have the USDA involved here locally, and I would also have the Soil and Water Conservation District involved, because like the state soil scientist told me, he said, if they're going to use concrete for the supports for those solar panels, that's a whole different issue if you were going to restore that. And so you would need to know those facts. The other thing that you would want is, and I'm not talking about Savion. Savion's owned by Shell, and so he got a huge company. But let's say you have Joe Blow Company come along. You want the bond to be a safety net, but you don't want it to be the be-all. If the company itself has no financial assets, then you want to weigh whether or not you want to approve the project. And so you want the bond to be able to say, okay, this should be enough, but if it's not, we will go after the company. And so if you have somebody that wants to flip the solar project to a shell company, then maybe that is when the bond gets called. If they do not have the financial wherewithal to be able to back up the project, if the bond isn't enough, you say, okay, well, the bond will get called if they do not have similar assets. The other thing you want is you want the bond to have an evergreen clause in it, so that if the company who's responsible for paying the cost of the bond doesn't do so, bam, the bond is called. And so there can be standards developed for what would be expected of a bond that would have the characteristics necessary to protect the public from ever getting stuck with the decommissioning costs. And that's really the point. Two things that you have mentioned. There's that, and then there is the restoration, which I believe would never take place anyway, but at least have the cost of restoration be part of it. What you absolutely don't want is to stick the taxpayers of this county with costs that benefited a private company.
So I do have just one question really quick. So we have Commissioner Blitman broadly recommending bonding. We have Commissioner Murphy's very specific levels with additions from Commissioner Birch on various items. I think what we need to do is, in this situation, we need to say, us as a planning and zoning, if we do recommend, because we're going to vote on it, if we do recommend bonding, it's going to become a situation where do we need to, is it going to have to come back to us to decide the decision on the bond, and this is going to kick the whole process down? Or are we just going to say, hey, we recommend some sort of bonding? Perhaps look at Commissioner Murphy's situation and the recommendation from the lawyer and you guys, essentially.
That's fair.
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioner, I think you could certainly go that more general route and even make reference to the, the minutes associated with this meeting. And I think I'm going to save Rachel and Elias the trouble of transcribing these, and we're probably going to hire a transcriptionist to type verbatim minutes so that we can give that to the board and say, here was the actual discussion associated with that section, and they can look at it and figure out what they want to do. But I think having some sideboards is good. I think if we're going to go down this route, we've got various levels of detail that can be considered, and we can work something out.
Yeah, and I'm just worried that we're getting so into the weeds that I think the bonding is a good idea personally, but we're getting into something that the lawyer's going to have to define, not necessarily us. Commissioner Birch?
But what you could do is you could advise staff that they have 90 days to come up with the standards and then bring those standards back to us for review. Because this is going to take some work. You're going to want to go to the Soil and Water District. You're going to want to go to the USDA and say, realistically, what's it take to decommission something? You're going to want to have some escalator in your bonding requirement, so when the costs go up, the bond goes up. And so that's going to take some effort, but if you give, Leon could tell us, what would be a reasonable time to come up with that standard and then bring it back to us? They don't have to do it immediately, but if it takes 3 months, 6 months, then we have a standard that can go on for years after that. But we would have had a chance to review it. And then the board can review it too.
But then would we be, that's my question is,
Would you have, all this have to go back, or do you pull
Derailing.
that back? Do you pull that section out?
I think what's going to happen is they'll pull that section out. This needs more work, and
Right.
that becomes part of the staff recommendation.
Yeah, I think you do a motion to have it in there that there needs to be bonding, and then that gets kind of put into the mix. And then you also secondarily, as Commissioner Burr said, you say, well, let's come up with what we want and provide an appropriate, date and time for that, and that kind of,
and I think.
But I would like this to still be in the record, though,
Yeah, so I think the best process would be, we want bonding, again, if we vote in favor of this, I'm just assuming, but we want bonding in some sort, seeing Commissioner Murphy's reference, review the minutes for Commissioner Birch's reference, and then if the Board of County Commissioners go, yes, we want bonding, then we decide how that process works. We're not making the sausage of the process now, because we could make the sausage for the next 4 hours of how to bond, and the Board of County Commissioners go, we don't want friggin' bonding, we're not doing that. So then and that wasn't for nothing. So I think we focus on the broader bonding. If they agree, then staff, board, the big board, that's how we do it. Is that kind of what you feel, what would be a better route?
I can almost guarantee the board is going to want bonding.
I can too.
I mean, you have one of two things. You have, like some of the municipalities in California did, insisted on a cash escrow. Well, Craig Poff from Savion already said, yeah, that's not going to happen. And I could see that, because you're talking probably many millions of dollars potentially. And so the bond is what's going to happen. If the Board of County Commissioners did not insist on that, then they would be really derelict in their duties, because they'd basically be saying, yeah, we're just going to wing it and push these costs onto the taxpayers if the solar company doesn't do it.
Yeah, but I just think we need to just say bonding is something we recommend. Do you guys agree? And if they say yes, okay, now we figure out the bonding.
Yeah,
Is that kind of?
So I think my motion was develop standards for bonding for large scale
Yeah,
solar.
that actually does make sense because you are developing the standards, not saying bonding will happen.
Well, and then maybe something just gets added, please look at the minutes.
Yeah, please review the minutes for the
That and
comments.
say, and if the board pursues bonding, the P and Z would
Yeah.
like to review those specific standards.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Murphy, do you want to, you're talking about bonding and insurance levels as well. So you've got a pretty comprehensive.
They
it's not
seem like
just
they
bonding.
kind of want to go together in a certain way, in that same category of boring.
And that's what, we could review it too. Like that, if we,
Develop standards for bonding and insurance.
yeah, we could just say that.
Appropriate for a large
The
scale
term insurance would be
solar.
in there too as well.
Okay.
to
Yeah.
say-
Decommissioning as well, probably. Like have that word in
So if
there.
you wanted to amend your,
I'm glad to amend my motion to include developing standards for bonding and insurance for large scale solar operations and decommissioning.
okay, thank you, Commissioner Butman. Do we have did we have a second?
With the understanding that the board will look at the comments made by Commissioner Murphy and Commissioner Burge.
Do we have a second? I think you were the second.
A second.
All right, Commissioner Birch has seconded. Do we have any additional discussion on the specific bonding situation? All right, sounds good. All those in favor of Commissioner Blitman's motion for bonding, say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. All those opposed say no. Seeing none, that motion carries. Just a heads up, we're currently at 10:16, just getting a test on what people are feeling on,
I have two, maybe three issues.
okay. And that's just, are we solar? Are we still on solar?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I think that was Commissioner Blitman's comment, and then I had another couple items on solar as well before we move on to other issues if possible.
Okay, so we're gonna drive on, it seems, but we're now 2 hours from our last break. I'm fine continuing. If you guys need a break, just poke me in the side and we'll keep going. All right, so moving on to the next topic, Commissioner Blitman will go ahead.
Solar is.
You're still, so you don't have,
I'm done with
okay, so
solar.
do you have more solar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Murphy, go ahead with your next solar.
Excuse me.
Sorry, staff.
Thank you. So now that we've strongly discouraged it, and verbiage as far as that's concerned, there are some other issues outside of the bonding and insurance question. And just looking at the Section C, the solar facility stuff, I think that the setbacks for these type of facilities need to be custom. And I don't think they should have to be the same as whatever required district that they're in, like rural preservation or rural residential, because it's kind of, it's not a house. It's not, but it's not that simple. So setbacks need to be increased, in my opinion. It's almost like we need a complete zone for solar because it has so many of its own issues. But that aside, we've covered the local and importance. So non-participating property line setbacks should be increased to a specific distance. I just kind of throw in here 150 foot, but that's an amount that can be determined by people smarter than me. And then non-participation residential dwelling should be considerably more, double or not triple, I think, of that. I know that that's just for the panels. For the substations and the inverters, I think those should be kind of more centralized and have their own standards for setback that are 1,000 foot or greater, depending upon the size of the project. Especially what happened in Melba a couple of years ago when they had their fire burn straight for 3 days, and a lot of the fumes kind of burnt out the neighbors and stuff like that. These need to have their own setbacks and their own kind of distance away, because when you have a big sea of black glass like this, it creates a heat sink. And many studies have shown that it increases the surrounding temperature, ambient temperature of the local farmland, similar to how if you're up in the, if you're out in the grass or in a pasture or something, it's always a couple degrees cooler than if you're standing on blacktop, same kind of concept, except it's a little bit even more hot. So I think further setback would help that heat sink to not mess with other neighbors' farming situations, depending upon what they're doing. Maybe they have animals, maybe they are doing whatever, maybe 7 degrees hotter on a given day, more than usual would affect them. And then in addition, any sort of safety for battery storage devices should be further away. I think there needs to be more vigorous screening, fencing, landscaping, ground cover. There's a lot of, for just kind of talking about the big 2,000, 3,000 acre projects that are around the country that are, had their issues. There's been a lot of wildlife corridors that have been put in for, situations that are 4 mile or solar farms that are 4 miles square. They have like a thing down the middle for animals to kind of get through. Also, I think the project operators should provide an on-site fire sprinkler mitigation system, and I'm reading this bit, that includes specific foam chemical sprays that are consistent with the requirements to put out chemical fires based upon which elements are on site. Obviously approved by the local fire district, but when you have, water's not going to put out some of these fires. And so you have to have, and I'm sure the operators will have a thing, but it should be put in there that it needs to be some sort of on-site specialty foam, kind of situation, reservoir, if you will, to kind of not put it on the local fire department to come up with a way to put out a chemical fire. They should also have to train the fire department or EMT or what have you on how to handle this kind of stuff. So there's noise vibration issues with having all this kind of stuff. Tighter decommissioning plans, which Commissioner Blumen just went over, COIs. I think there should be an annual permit required for these large developers, and I think there should be land coverage caps. So, an example might be a 100-acre solar facility, but if you want anything larger than that, it has to be even a more special kind of waiver or what have you, or you just cap it outright at 2,000 acres. You don't want anything more than whatever the agreement is. And I also think public notification, and this was from one of the comments, public notification for these particular things, distance, should be increased to at least 2 miles or more, 2 to 3 miles, because the 100, 300 feet thing doesn't quite cut it in these sort of areas, 2 or 3 miles would cover most of the surrounding neighbors. And I've got that included in this, which I'll provide, but that's just kind of my little cut sheet. It's a good start, but I think these key issues need to be addressed for this particular type of situation, because we're just not zoning, we're just not putting it up for a barn or a house or something. This is a major power plant, and so I think we need to look at other things.
So I guess that's a lot. So
It's a lot.
we're gonna have to probably address those individually. Am I correct in thinking that? There's no way that we're gonna be able to just.
Right. I don't think that's an issue by issue thing. I think maybe a motion might be to just off the top of my head, look at setbacks.
Yeah, like.
Look at setbacks of homeowners, actual house, or just setbacks in general. Look at more vigorous screening, ground cover requirements, maybe fire sprinkler mitigation system, some sort of training, like, I mean, you know, I can just spell that out, or what's the best way to do that, you know what I mean?
So you recommend to the body, the Ada County Commissioners, to take a look at those.
Yeah, I
items,
think
at
that's,
least
I
those
think,
items,
yeah, I think
we
instead of
vote on
going
that motion.
Okay.
motion
for them to, you know,
to review.
let them review it.
Okay.
And see if those are the parameters they want to go farther with or not.
Yeah, I think
Is
that-
that the best way?
What do you?
I agree with that approach, but Commissioner Murphy, were those comments that you did your own research on, or were those comments that came out of the public testimony that people said, oh, I think the setback should be better, or, you know, did you get those comments out of the public testimony?
Most of them were from the testimony. The setbacks, though, people were concerned. They were so, like, they didn't say the term setback, but people were concerned that they were so close, this thing was right behind them, so the setback would solve that problem.
Okay.
I mean,
But I
it's safety.
guess my comment would be like I know we have the fire department weigh in, and it's really their responsibility to say, hey, we need extra fire protection because of this X, Y, and Z.
Not a bad thing to kind of make sure that
Yeah.
as part of the, you know, code that's looked at.
Well, and-
So that's all I'm saying.
And when they go to approve and say, hey, I want to build this solar farm, staff has to get it approved by the fire district anyways. They're gonna look at it before they can go further. The fire district is gonna have to look at it and be like, oh, okay, this, and this. So
That's true.
The code's already,
But
it's
I-
already there.
But what I will say is that it didn't help in Melba when, you know what I mean? So we have to consider that maybe we need to have them look at it a little bit deeper. We can trust their opinion because they're the experts, and I'm with you on that. They're the experts. However, in Melba, that didn't work out too well. So just an extra layer of saying, hey, what's a better way to do this, you know?
Yeah, and I think it would be a recommendation to look at it because there is devil's advocate like military, because if you use halon, that's a chemical that really hurts a lot of the environment. If one of those goes off inadvertently, that's a problem also in itself. Opposite the fire, now you got a chemical spill. So I'm just saying, like, I think I agree where rather than let's do these individually, let's just say, hey, we recommend, hey, take a look at Commissioner Murphy's recommendations in the minutes. You know what I mean? They're going to do that anyways, though. But
Yeah, Chairman Commissioner, I think you could bundle all those up with as much guidance as you want to give, like increased setbacks, improved screening and landscaping, consideration for wildlife corridors, or more consideration for that. I mean, I will say some of these things are kind of generally spoken to in the proposed ordinance with like the fire safety plan that's required and other things like that. But I think what I'm hearing is an enhanced focus on those details is what you'd like the board to consider. And in reality, this all feels like this is moving towards the board probably pulling solar out and saying, hey, workshop that some more and come back with that specific ordinance, but we'll see what they ultimately do. But yeah, I think you could speak to that and do a more generalized motion, and we would work to get that ready for the board.
would that motion just be look at Commissioner Murphy's recommendation at 10:28 p.m.? I don't know how to motion that essentially.
Well, no,
guess.
I like Commissioner Murphy's like evaluate setbacks,
Yeah, just a summary,
fire
yeah,
safety,
summarize it.
evaluate that. I mean, I think if you just go through your list and
Yeah.
down, I could support that those things need to be relooked at.
Commissioner Wickstrom.
Commissioner Wickstrom?
And also just, you want to address solar facilities and energy storage facilities. So include both of those in there.
Do these apply to both solar and wind farm though too? So a lot of this.
Yeah, so there's a broader category of centralized
I'm just looking at the solar.
power facility, and then there's subsets, solar, wind, things like that.
Because there's storage facilities for wind too. So I don't know if that.
Energy storage is considered a separated use
Oh.
now, but it's often incorporated into
I
these
see.
facilities.
Okay, so that makes sense. All right. Commissioner Birch?
The battery storage facility never came up in front of the Ada County Board of County Commissioners. with the Powers Butte project because the battery storage facility was proposed to be located on the Canyon County side of the line. But everything that Commissioner Murphy has said has been said by other people in this room. And those are all excellent points. I mean, with Melba, it was just let it burn out. You know, it was crazy. And so I think it really is important. I mean, the public certainly could have input, but from what you just read, that is much of what I have heard from the public already, is these things have to be considered. We can't have battery storage facilities out there that endanger the lives of the people that live in the area.
So, yeah, and I agree. I think it's just letting experts weigh in is what needs to happen, though, because when we say a fire suppression system must be included, there could be adverse actions that we never would even think of that come with it. So I think it would be a recommendation to review these things. So, yeah, I agree. Anyone else on this? Do we want to, it would be an amendment to the motion, correct? Or just?
Or I mean, if.
You just have to withdraw. I would just withdraw.
Restate their motion. Or
Yeah, just restate it with the summary of your, we never made a motion on this. Yeah, we
Never made a motion.
Yeah, just make a motion, I guess.
It's like 70 motions today. All right, so yeah, just go ahead if you'd like, if there's additional comments, or is there a motion that needs to be made? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion for a recommendation to review setbacks for solar panels and energy storage devices, setbacks to the more vigorous screening, fencing, landscape, ground cover, wildlife corridors, look at fire sprinkler mitigation systems on site, first responder training, noise, vibration, signal interference, annual permit required, land coverage caps, and public notification distance to be increased.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Birch has seconded. Commissioner Murphy, did you want to speak additionally on your motion? Commissioner Birch, did you want to speak on it?
No, like I said, I've heard some of those various points that Commissioner Murphy has raised. They're all excellent points. They need to be addressed. And that's why quite a few jurisdictions have simply said no solar, no commercial solar farms, because they don't want to deal with those issues. But if we're going to have them, we need to deal with those issues.
Any additional comments on that? I will just say that there's a couple points that I have a bit of heartburn on in there, but I really want to hear people weigh in that know more than me. I'm not informed enough to make the decision. So I do want to hear expert opinions and staff and lawyers and fire and all that stuff, and we'll see what the board says on that. So I think it's a good recommendation to, hey, relook all these things. So any additional comments? Okay, so we'll go for, this is for Commissioner Murphy's motion for all of those things he just summarized. All those in favor of that, say aye.
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 I also say aye. All those opposed, say no. Seeing none, motion carries. Is that all for solar? Is that all for solar? Are we good on solar? Okay. We are moving on from solar. I think we have a good package to present the board and a lot of work for the staff. So I believe, Commissioner Blitman, you had additional things you wanted to talk about. Go ahead with whatever.
Yeah, one of the comments that was made in the packet was lack of inspections for trees. And so then they have trees that were dying after 5 years. And so that was more of a recommendation to the building department to evaluate or add some standards to inspect the trees that are installed in subdivision landscape plans. They're out there anyway, making sure that other things are done. They need to kind of help confirm that the trees have been installed properly.
Did you have a motion on that you'd like to make?
Yeah, it's not really in the planning and zoning code, it's more in the operations of the inspections. So I just would recommend that the building department look at their inspection procedures around trees for subdivisions.
So I guess the motion would be recommend that there would be a more robust, I'm spacing terms, a more robust guidance for inspecting trees over time, something
In this, when they're developing subdivisions.
in the subdivisions? Okay. All right. Have to raise taxes to hire more people, Leon.
Make the developers pay for it.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do. Impact fees. All right, so we have a motion for additional, kind of like the building department or someone in some way, however you want to skin that cat, so to speak, relooking trees that were a part of the subdivision development. What did you say, 5 years into the future? Is that something, or?
Oh, just when they're putting them in.
Oh, when they're putting them in, like have a tree planting inspection as they're putting them in, okay. Potential building department have a tree planting inspection as developers are installing their, what's the word? Not just trees, but their landscaping, thank you. Their landscaping. Is that correct? Okay. That's the motion for Commissioner Biltman. Do we have a second? I'll second to move this along. So, Commissioner Blitman, would you like to add addition?
It's minor, but I think it's real. I've seen it happen in multiple subdivisions. That the trees get bound because they don't take the
Yeah.
landscape cloth off, and it's super easy. And if our building people know to check that, it'll save a lot of trees.
I will say that in Charter Point, it was only 2 trees that fell over, but they were bound. And the HOA called in just to get a quick inspection. The rest seemed to be fine, but I think that it shouldn't fall on the HOA. I think a developer needs to be building a good product.
And they're out there inspecting other stuff, so
Yeah,
it's
just see if that, like, put a poker in there. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So does anyone else have any discussion on that? Anything? All right. We'll go ahead and bring it to a vote then. All those in favor of Commissioner Blitman's tree inspection motion, say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. All those opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. What additional, is there additional, did you have additional, Commissioner Blitman?
issue is we had 16 comments about cell phone towers. Request to look at the Dalton Gardens. So I didn't know if we wanted to address cell phone towers or not address them, but there was 16 people that talked about
Well, I
cell
think
phone towers.
part of the cell phone tower discussion we had at the meeting was they were asking for so many changes and so much that it was going to require them to submit their own package. I can't remember what the term was.
Yeah.
So it's planning and zoning to you guys. So I don't know if we can discuss it and make whatever recommendations, but I think they came away with an idea that they were going to go their own route and start firing some legislation your way or something like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I specifically remember that because I was Leon actually was helping, and we were kind of both guiding him on the appropriate way to push forward with said code rewrite for that particular, for cell towers and stuff. And he liked the gardens one, and then he had that lawyer that said he'd pay $10,000 to, and he'd have him submit it appropriately to Mr. Letson, as opposed to just saying it as a public comment in a forum where it doesn't really belong. So I think we left it as he was going to do that.
Do you want to have some specific discussion on cell towers, or do you want to wait and see? Because I think our cell tower code is so vague that we would have to be building code in it so what they're doing is, I think they're going to come with their own, I assume. I don't know if they have yet, but.
This was acknowledging that there was a lot of people that made comments about it, and so I don't know if we want to do a general recommendation to the board. That
Yeah, we can do that.
There was a lot of people that made comments about cell phone towers. This is
Reload.
obviously a very specialized area that might require additional
Yeah.
research.
Just
I
to
mean,
inform them? Yeah.
That's just kind of the kind of comment I would make
Okay.
about
Yeah,
cell phone
yeah,
towers.
for sure. If you want to make that motion, by all means.
I move that this body provide a comment to the board, or to the commissioners, that we had multiple people comment about the cell phone tower policies, and we'd encourage them to evaluate what's appropriate for Ada County regarding cell phone towers.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Blitman. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Murphy has seconded. Commissioner Blitman, did you have additional comments?
No, it just came up quite a bit, and it's so complicated in terms of like all of the rules that I don't have the expertise
Yeah.
to do it. But I do know that it's something that is near and dear to a lot of people's hearts.
And we don't need to reinvent the wheel if they've got somebody who's already done it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Commissioner Murphy, did you have anything you wanted to add to?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything they want to add on the discussion for Commissioner Blitman's cell tower? Have the board just kind of do a deeper dive and inform them we'd like them to do a deeper dive into cell towers, just make sure it aligns with the public's feelings on them. Any addition? All right, good. Okay, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Blitman's motion, say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. All those opposed, say no. Seeing none, all right. Is there any additional things that we need to discuss, any specific sections? You have something, Commissioner Murphy?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
This one should be quick, hopefully. This is just going back to the first thing I noticed, because it's the first section on Title 8. This is just the reinstatement of Title 8-1-9, Preservation of Property Rights, to include that verbiage in the new code. It was omitted, and from being very proud and on the first page of the title, and it's sprinkled throughout a little bit. But I think, this is one of those things where it's not good to, if there's anything that you want redundancy, it's more verbiage about private property rights. You don't want to dilute that, and I think it's just important to not remove it. So I guess my motion would be to have current Title 8-1-9, Preservation of Property Rights, have that be included in the new version. Would be my motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Do we have a second? Any seconds?
I'll second.
Commissioner Wickstrom is seconded. Do you want to have any additional comments on your motion, Commissioner Murphy?
I think I pretty much kind of spelled out what the original intent was. I don't think we need to discuss it further, other than just to say it's just important to keep in and not remove.
Commissioner Wickstrom, do you have additional comments?
No, I don't.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments on Commissioner Murphy's motion? I will just say personally, we kind of need to be careful. I'm all for property rights, 100% for property rights, but we need to be careful because we're now starting to throw restrictions on property rights when it comes to solar and things like that. And then to put up front, we respect property rights, and then go deeper in and say, except you got solar, that doesn't count. So just, I'm all in favor of this. I will vote in favor, but just be aware that when we start saying property rights, property rights, property rights, property rights, except solar, that becomes legally problematic. So, Commissioner Birch.
A distinction, though, is that, as Commissioner Murphy gave in his example earlier, is yes, we can be in favor of private property rights as long as they play by the rules. And so with respect to, and everybody that was involved in Powers Butte is gone now, but with respect to Powers Butte, there was a private company that came in and they said, we want to change the rules. Now, by change the rules, they did have the right to go for a conditional use permit. So that is part of the rules, but they knew when they acquired the property that they could not use it for a solar farm unless they got the government to give a dispensation saying, notwithstanding that it's not allowed to be used for that, we are going to go ahead and allow it to be used for it. And so basically that's the nature of getting the conditional uses. It's not something that you can do by right, or they would never come before a governmental body to ask. They would just do it. And so it's one thing to say we respect private property rights, but we respect private property rights to the extent those rights are exercised within the bounds of the laws in place at the time when you, or the laws in place that govern your property. And so when we restrict solar and strongly discourage it on, instead of absolutely restricting it, but when you say we don't want solar on prime farmland or farmland of statewide importance, what you're saying is we want you to honor the provisions of in existing law of what you can use your land for. And so if you want to turn it into if I want to make a hog farm in the middle of a residential neighborhood, I'm not going to be able to do that. And does that restrict my private property rights? Well, yes, it does. But that's the nature of the law, is yes, you can play, but you have to play within the confines of what currently exists for the uses of your property. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. You start throwing around that term, private property rights, and say, but all we're saying with respect to solar is, but we really don't want to see it. We don't want to see the government change the use to allow something that people don't want on farmland. So I think it's different than hamstringing somebody's private property rights.
Yeah.
It's just telling somebody, no, we're not going to give you a special dispensation to do something that you can't do by right.
No, I agree. I think, and that's what this is for. I just more worry of the legal implications of, I would prefer to have more property rights in there, but I think what happens is it opens up a gate, and it's not our decision. The board will make that decision, but I think it opens up the gate for them to say, front and center, property rights, where's that in your decision to deny me? You know what I mean? And I agree with you fully. I think that is, you often cite that I can't remember the exact term now, but it's like basically the good of the people or something in that nature of ensuring that you can't put like the bat signal on your roof and shine it into someone's house and such. So I agree, yeah. So Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Chairman, just to put a period at the end of this, of what Commissioner Birch and you were discussing, there is precedent where, and I'm just going to read it, as the court noted, quote, "A claimant who purchases land that is subject to zoning limitations with the intent to seek a modification of those limitations accepts the business risk that the limitations will remain in place or only be partially removed." So that's a precedent, Northfield LLC versus Northfield TWP, and it was kind of the same situation. Is, it's kind of a business risk. You can't expect to put anything you want anywhere,
Yeah, that's fine. I was just kind of playing devil's advocate there. All right, any additional discussion on that? We got a second, right? Yeah, you second, okay. All right, all those in favor of Commissioner Murphy's re-adding the property rights to that initial section, say aye.
Aye.
I'll say aye. All those opposed, say no. Seeing none, that carries. Do we have any additional items within that you want to discuss? Anybody?
One more.
All right, Commissioner Murphy?
Sorry, guys and gals.
You're good.
So the
Why
other,
we get our $50?
So this one kind of correlates and is related to Commissioner Blitman's original one. This has to do with the let's see here. the rezone question again, the permitted use of townhouses in R2468, who do we appreciate? And duplexes in RP, RR, RUT, RSW, R1, R2. So in the proposed new code, those would be permitted. So that means that we're, again, basically kind of taking the voice away from the citizens to bring concerns to a public hearing. And, you know, I'll say again, just like I said in the other one, there could be an awesome time to put 30 duplexes on a 5-acre parcel somewhere, or a 10-acre parcel somewhere, or a 40-acre parcel somewhere, and it could be awesome. But just to straight permit it really just opens the floodgates to, like, what are we doing? Like, where just stuff's just gonna, like, you know, I mean, just because an ordinance is old doesn't make it irrelevant. You know, that set of codes, Title 8, kind of helped build this valley into what it is, more or less, in the massive growth period. And to change, to just permit that without having to come before the board and without having to, you know, ask your neighbors, you know, what's going on here. That, I think that would really open the floodgates for a negative impact. And I think that should remain as is, similar to the multifamily and LOC1, C2 should remains as is. I think that's too big, wide of a swath just to, you know, completely tear down the walls. So with that, I'll make a, if there's any other.
You can make a motion on it and then we
Okay.
can discuss.
I'd like to make a motion to leave the townhouses in R2 468 and the duplexes in RP, RR, RUT, RSW, R1, R2, to leave those unchanged and remain as they are in the current title.
Do we have a second?
I'll second, but I want clarification. So what that will mean then is that in order for the townhouses or duplexes to go in, they have to come before the governmental body. It's not by right that they can just do it.
The new code says it's permitted, so that means there's no coming before anybody.
And you're changing that to make them come before us before you can do the townhouses or duplexes.
Leaving it unchanged from how it currently is.
Yeah, I absolutely second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Murphy, you already spoke. Did you want to have any additions? Commissioner Birch, you want to speak additionally?
No, I think Commissioner Murphy's absolutely right.
Any additional comments on Commissioner Murphy's motion? All right. Commissioner Blitman?
You know, I feel a little bit uninformed because this wasn't something that came up in our conversations with the staff, and I would have loved to have heard the staff's thoughts on this particular issue, because there had to be a reason they put this in there. I live on a property where it'd be really cool to be able to put a duplex on, and so part of me is like, we really need to promote different types of housing in different locations. So I guess I'm not sure.
So I guess the question is since we've already, and I don't, if you say no, by all means say no, we've already opened the record for his thing, can't remember, the thing with the bonding. Is it inappropriate to reopen the record so you can quickly answer that, or is that 100% inappropriate?
Chairman, Commissioners, I would not use the language reopen the record. I'll just say the board can consider staff's position on that, and I did present it during our hearing. And you know, if there's a strong enough feeling that we shouldn't be making that change here, I would just take a vote on it and move it forward, and I'll give the board an opportunity to consider all sides, and I won't go into it beyond that. So
Okay.
I'm not a hard no, I'm just like, I don't know enough.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I didn't honestly read
I
up on
didn't
that hard.
dig deep enough, and I just know we need more housing.
Yeah, so I think it's just more, yeah, I think it would just be, hey, take a look at this situation. So Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, I think you would have made some of those people with Commissioner Murphy's motion there in Southwest happy because they would want the ability to come before the public body and say, no, do not put townhouses here because there's already enough of such and such that you're going to destroy the neighborhood. Do not put duplexes here for that reason. The event centers that we've approved, we normally don't have much discussion when there isn't a lot of public outcry. But when there is a lot of public outcry, that's when changes get made, modified, massaged, and Commissioner Murphy's motion allows that to happen. It allows the public to come out en masse and say, do not allow duplexes in this neighborhood.
No, I agree, yeah. I'm all for more interaction with the public, with their government, without just having code override their opinions, so yeah. Any additional comments on this? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Murphy's motion on townhouse and duplexes remain unchanged from the old code, say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. All those opposed, say no.
I'll say no.
Commissioner Blitman has said no. Motion carries 5-1. Any additional comments within the discussion for this project or this thing?
Yeah, I don't have any more.
Anyone else have anything?
I have one.
Commissioner Wickstrom, go ahead.
Going along with Commissioner Blitman's wanting different types of housing, in the dwelling, secondary attached and detached ADUs, what I would make a motion is for that, under the general standards, that to add a number 6. There's under general standards, there's 1 through 5. To add a number 6 would be make a recommendation to the board that a secondary dwelling should not be used as short-term rental, as defined as a lease period of less than 28 days. And secondary dwellings built prior to the ordinance will be exempt from the standard.
So you would add that secondary dwellings cannot be rented out for, so you're saying for, in that Airbnb type situation?
Yes, short-term rental is what they're described as. 28 days just being that just make the motion. I can explain later more.
Okay. We have a motion to add a section, number 6, that secondary dwellings will not be used for short-term rentals, which would be like, Airbnbs and things like that. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Colson has seconded. Do you want to discuss further, Commissioner Wickstrom?
Yeah, just briefly. It seemed to be one of the big selling points about making ADUs is it increases the housing supply. Supposedly will increase the amount of affordable housing, giving people, single people, a place to go and also providing for multi-generational housing. But if you have an Airbnb ability, the financial motivation is there to do that rather than rent it long-term to somebody else. So you just negate the whole idea of increasing housing and affordability. When lots of cities and mainly a lot of cities are starting to push back on the number of Airbnb-type properties that they are, because they are limiting the housing supply. I understand it's a good way to go to have an Airbnb because they do pay well, but it does hurt areas where you need more housing. We do need more affordable housing here and a higher housing supply. So we're there's all these new standards for allowing different types of secondary dwellings, but then if you're taking away what they really, if they're taking away the benefit that they will provide to the local area, then what good is it?
Thank you, Commissioner Wickstrom. Commissioner Colson, did you have any comments on your second?
No, he's got it pretty much nailed.
Okay. Any additional comments pertaining to this?
Doesn't that come back to an absolute again, though?
We're not being consistent tonight. Yes, it does. It does, we're talking about property rights all night long. But hopefully this, for the greater good of a local area, yeah, we're gonna step on property rights.
I don't disagree with the point that you've made, but I will say, I've got a son in Medford, Oregon, that moved about a block and a half away and used the home that he used to live in as an Airbnb. And to flatly prohibit it, I think, does impact what somebody could today do with their property. And so, for example, if I wanted to turn my property into an Airbnb and this were passed, wouldn't I be not able to do it, even though before it was passed I could have done it? Aren't you taking away existing property rights from somebody by doing that?
Chairman Birch, and the comment I have is that property, if you have a secondary dwelling that was built before the date of this ordinance, you're exempt from the standard of not being able to use it as an Airbnb. If you have an existing Airbnb, then you're good as gold. You can keep going.
Okay, but if you come along and buy property with the intent to use it as an Airbnb, you would not be able to.
As far
A
as
secondary dwelling.
secondary dwelling.
I would say you would be able to because it would go based off the time that it was built.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would argue against this motion because in CUNA and a lot of areas, we don't have hotels. And so the people that are doing some of these Airbnbs or these little smaller places, the Lineman's College, I mean, we've got a lot of demand for parents visiting that there's no place for them to stay unless they want to go to Boise or Meridian.
Mr. Chair,
So,
Commissioner Murphy?
I know that I like to watch the state legislature in my spare time. Super exciting guy. This came up this last session, I believe, and it was the city of McCall was putting it to VRBO or Airbnb, and the state quickly enacted a statute that basically says neither a county nor a city may enact or enforce any ordinance that has the express or practical effort of prohibiting short-term rentals or vacation rentals in the county or the city. They can have reasonable regulations, but they can't expressly just, deny it. And so I'm sure we're under that umbrella of that, so.
Well, and that's that situation. I'll withdraw my motion.
All right.
So, not gonna
Any,
go against state law.
any additional comments pertaining to what we've been discussing all night? All right. So with that being said, just we have a primary motion, I'll call it, I guess, on the table. That was originally Commissioner Blitman's motion. Under that motion, we had discussion on zoning commercial. We approved that motion. Then we moved on to solar, which was Commissioner Birch had that original motion with this more staunch language that failed. Then we went to Commissioner Birch's using the word strongly discouraged. We approved that. Commissioner Blitman talked about a process where P&Z sees all solar before board. That was approved. Commissioner Blitman had bonding for solar as outlined by Commissioner Murphy. That was approved. Commissioner Murphy had additional standards for solar facilities. That was approved. Then we moved to building department tree inspection, which was approved. Looking at the cell tower section for additional scrutiny, which was approved. Re-adding property rights to the initial section, as Commissioner Murphy recommended, was approved. Townhouses and duplexes remained unchanged to the old code. That was approved. And then obviously Commissioner Wickstrom withdrew his current short-term rental one. So everything was approved except for that one that was basically amended by Commissioner Birch. So with that being said, we currently have the motion for approval of the entire Ada County Development Zoning Ordinance text amendment with a second. Does anyone have anything final to discuss before we bring this to a vote to send it to the board with an approval, including all of the things we've discussed? All right.
Chairman, I would reiterate, if the P&Z wants to see a summary of what you discussed, then you could make a recommendation to approve tonight and table to the June 12th
Okay.
P&Z hearing to review a summary of those proposed changes that staff could provide you.
Yeah, I think that's what we can do. All right. So,
I'll amend my motion
Yeah.
to include that we're going to table this whole motion pending the staff completing a summary that we'll review at the June 12th meeting.
okay. We have a motion to table to June 12th for review. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Murphy has seconded. All those in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
Aye.
Say aye. All those opposed, say no. Seeing none, the motion carries to table, and we'll await the final roll-up from Mr. Letson.
Good job, everybody.
My goodness. Is there anything
Chairman.
else? I think
Yes,
that's
sorry,
it.
guys.
Good job, Chairman.
All right.
A couple hearty
We
souls.
do have the minutes that we need to approve. So Commissioner, I was gone for the minutes, so I'll have to abstain, but we do need to approve the minutes from the May 8th hearing.
I move the minutes from May 8th be approved.
Commissioner Wixom is second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. I will abstain since I was not there. So it's 5-0 with an abstention. You have to sign this, sir, since you were the acting.
I can do that.
All right. Meeting adjourned, I believe, unless you have anything additional you want to talk about.
I do not. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
There, whoops.